Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. The honourable member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the Minister of International Trade be permitted to speak to the motion for third reading of Bill C-31.
Does the honourable member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government bills. Third reading and debate of Bill C-31, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Debate. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, first let me allow to thank all the members of this House to grant unanimous consent so that I can speak this morning. I'm very grateful, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Kootenay, Columbia, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to speak this morning on Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. I think this is a momentous time in our history for us to be looking at this act together in this House. I am indeed very pleased to speak today on the topic of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement and the benefits it will provide to all Canadians. And when you're talking about trade, Mr. Speaker, those are benefits that are going in each and every 308 jurisdiction and ridings we have in our country. So every member sitting in this House representing the good people that send them here will benefit from our free trade agreement. And this is a good example, Mr. Speaker, of what Canada can do in the world, what Canada stands for progressive trade, what Canada becomes a beacon of hope and openness around the world. This agreement is an important step in Canada's relationship with Ukraine and one that is supported by Canadians from across the country. Following the 125th anniversary of Ukrainian migration to Canada last year, we are reminded of the Ukrainian-Canadian community, which is more than 1.2 million strong in our nation, Mr. Speaker. Our people-to-people ties form a strong foundation from the partnership enjoyed by Canada and Ukraine today. Canada has remained steadfast in its support of Ukraine and believes the free trade agreement will only strengthen this relationship going forward. This about trade meaning good for the world, Mr. Speaker, meaning good for the people. In 1991, Canada became the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence. I'm sure this is an act that a lot of members in this House take great pride in. Since then, and especially now in the face of recent crisis, Canada has prioritized its role in the international community by encouraging Ukraine and Canada's shared commitment to security, advancing democracy, and promoting sustainable economic growth. One of the ways that Canada has done this is through technical and financial assistance, which since 1991, Mr. Speaker, amounts to more than $1.2 billion. Reflecting the multifaceted nature of our relationship, this includes support for macroeconomic stabilization, for democratic and economic reforms, support for promoting the rules of law, security and stability, and, very importantly, humanitarian assistance. In addition, Canada is seeking to support efforts to find a lasting and sustainable resolution to the armed conflict in eastern Ukraine through the provision of stabilization and security assistance. Since 2014, over $60 million has been committed to support initiatives in a wide range of areas, including ceasefire and human rights monitoring, police reform, and non-military equipment and training. Further, Canada has provided $27 million in humanitarian assistance to help people affected by the conflict in eastern Ukraine, including emergency shelters and essential relief items, safe drinking water, food, sanitation, basic medical care, hygiene supplies, education, protection, and psychosocial support. I am sure that every member which are in this House today recognize how Canada is a power for good in the world. When I say these words, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure many of us take great pride in saying what Canada can play in the world. And as you can see through our multifaceted work with Ukraine, Canada is deeply committed to supporting the economic reform and development efforts of the government of Ukraine. The Canada-Ukraine FTA will only reinforce these efforts. The agreement is complementary on the premise that economic development can strengthen the social foundations in countries and contribute to a domestic environment where human rights, good governance, and the rule of law are all respected. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that's something that all the members in this House firmly believe to be the foundation of every nation. This agreement will create new business opportunities and assist with developing a predictable and prosperous future for Ukraine. The beauty of the agreement, however, is that, in fact, it is mutually beneficial. It has the opportunity for both Ukraine and Canada. Tariff elimination will improve access to each other's markets and thus help to expand commerce between Canada and Ukraine. Upon implementation, the Canada-Ukraine FTA will result in an immediate elimination of tariffs on 86% of Canadian exports to Ukraine. This, Mr. Speaker, is very significant. Remaining tariffs will be phased out over 7 years on industrial products, sorry, Mr. Speaker, fish and seafood, and essentially all agricultural goods exported by Canada. Ukraine is an interesting market for Canadian exporters with opportunities in areas such as aerospace, agricultural equipment, information and communication technologies, agriculture, agri-food, fish and seafood, and mining equipment. And at the same time, Canada will eliminate tariffs on 99.9% of import from Ukraine. This stands to benefit Ukrainian exporters for products such as sunflower oil, sugar and chocolate, baked goods, vodka, apparel, ceramics, and mineral products. Yeah, I see members already interested in free trade, Mr. Speaker. It's only Friday morning, but I see a lot of support in this House for free trade. Beyond tariff reductions, the FTA includes disciplines and commitments on non-tariff measures that will help ensure that market access gains are not constrained by unjustified trade barriers. This agreement also includes commitments on trade facilitation that are designed to reduce red tape at the border. These provisions will increase certainty and predictability for businesses, something that Canadian businesses across our country will want to see. Furthermore, the Canada-Ukraine FTA reflects this government's commitment to a progressive approach to trade and trying to ensure that trade reflects Canadian values such as environmental protection and labor rights. This agreement, therefore, includes comprehensive provision in the areas of labor, environment, transparency, and anti-corruption. Dans le cadre de cet accord de libre-échange,
within the context of this free trade agreement, Canada and Ukraine agreed on measures to fight corruption and to support human rights. Commitments made under this agreement also require that Canada and Ukraine ensure that businesses can be held accountable when it comes to offenses. Also, the parties are encouraged to pass legislative measures to protect whistleblowers. Canada is constantly demonstrating that it has as a priority the protection of workers' rights by negotiating labor agreements in its free trade agreements. This is integral to preserving human rights. Furthermore, measures on labor in the free trade agreement with Ukraine will protect workers' fundamental rights and make sure they are protected in both countries. Canada and Ukraine also agreed to maintain standards outlined in the Declaration on Labor by the International Labour Organization in 1998. To do so, both parties must respect labor laws and respect norms when it comes to minimum wage, hours of work, health and safety. Those measures protect the right to collective bargaining and freedom of association. Child labor, forced labor, and discrimination in the workplace are forbidden. Canada's labour movement contributed to promoting the equality of women, Aboriginal peoples, and persons with a disability. One of the priorities of our government is to reinforce the middle class and to make sure that all Canadians benefit from trade. Canada's long-term prosperity depends on access to foreign markets because trade is one of the engines of economic growth and success in this country. It facilitates the expansion of Canadian businesses, allows Canadian consumers to have access to various products at competitive prices, and creates jobs for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, this is exactly what the free trade agreement with Ukraine is going to confer, and I would like to thank all parliamentarians present this morning for contributing, Mr. Chair, by voting in favour of this agreement to ensure that Canada, once again, be a model for the rest of the world when it comes to progressive trade and a leader in the world by associating with Ukraine so that both peoples on either side of the Atlantic may benefit from trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and congratulations to him for his new responsibilities.
About the area of corruption, he mentioned that there are measures taken to prevent corruption, and I am very interested to hear more about how we will prevent people from, making deals with their buddies and all those kind of things, and if he could elaborate a bit on those measures.
Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say how much I have respect for my colleague. She's always been a great supporter and someone for whom I have a lot of respect. And thank you for your question. I think it is very important this morning that we talk about that. I mean, when you talk about progressive trade and what Canada can stand for is by, in these trade agreements, trying to move the bar higher in a number of countries with respect to that. So let me say that in terms of transparency and anti-corruption, there's a whole chapter in the agreement which requires legislation in the jurisdiction that we're talking about, which would obviously prevent acts of bribery, would make that a criminal offense in the country that we're talking about, sanctions for such acts which reflect the gravity of these acts and the very negative impact it has in the poorest of the people. We know corruption disproportionately affects poor people and those which are working hard to join the middle class. And lastly, these enterprises who are doing that would be liable for the crimes that they commit. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to receive that question because, again, it just shows on the record how much, when you talk about progressive trade, how much you can help people in a very concrete fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Minister of International Trade, for sharing his time with me today. I'm sure it made it easier that he knows we're supporting it on third reading. We support the bill as well because of the inclusion of clauses related to the environment and to labour and to corruption, and also because of what it doesn't include, which is investor-state provisions and forcing municipalities to also be part of the agreement, but more on that later. I heard from a Republican senator recently that although from an American perspective they thought trade agreements were important for the trade aspect, they were equally or more important because of what they do for world peace. So I'd be interested in your comment on that approach to trade.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first let me say thank you to my colleague from Kootenay, Columbia, but also thank you on behalf of the people of Ukraine and Canada for supporting this agreement because, as he just said, and I think he really made the point, how much progressive trade and how much these agreements can be good for the world. When we set a very ambitious agenda for Canada about progressive trade, whether you talk about labour standards, whether you talk about the environment, something that I know the member cares very much, and I think all members in this House care very much. This is exactly the voice that people want to hear in the world. I had the privilege this morning to be with a number of ambassadors, and people are asking Canada to seize the moment to show the world that you can think about open trade. You can move the bar exactly by working together, and I think there's no greater pleasure for me to stand today thinking that, you know, this has bipartisan support, that we're sending a strong message not only to Ukraine but to the world that Canada will always stand behind free trade, will always stand for open societies, will always stand for the environment, will be true to our values. Our Canadian values will be exported to our trade agreement, and like-minded minds in the world will benefit. And, Mr. Speaker, it's all about people, people, people. So this agreement is going to improve the life of people, and I'm sure the member, constituent in his riding, constituent in mine, and the good people of Ukraine will benefit from what we're doing today. This is an historic moment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to again thank the member from St. Marie Champlain for sharing his time today. The Democrats support deepening trade relationships with Ukraine, and particularly as it reaches out to the West while trying to deal with ongoing relation improvement. And we support this particular agreement because it will lower tariffs on Canadian exports, but it also does a lot more. This is the kind of bilateral trade that the NDP can support for a number of reasons, and I'll speak to those in a minute. What is good about this agreement is that it contains chapters on rules of origin, trade facilitation, trade remedies, state-owned enterprises, government procurement, intellectual property, environment, labor, and a state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism. The labor chapter includes comprehensive and enforceable provisions and is the most comprehensive labor chapter ever negotiated by Ukraine. And this could raise the bar on labor standards for Ukrainian workers, which is really important to us in the NDP. Now, what it doesn't include is equally important, as I alluded to earlier, and that's it does not bring in investor-state provisions which allows corporations to sue Canada. And for the life of me, I cannot figure out why we ever got those clauses in any of our trade agreements. It just does not seem right that a corporation can sue Canada if they don't like the fact that we're looking after our own interests. There are other reasons besides trade that I think this agreement is important. Recently, and I want to thank the member from Laurier Ste. Marie for giving me the opportunity to travel to Ukraine in January as part of the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee trip. What was really interesting about being in the Ukraine is the challenges that they have, and of course the major challenge is the war with the Russian-backed rebels in the eastern part of Ukraine. And that took a step in the wrong direction about a week ago, so it's continuing to impact. Almost over 1 million refugees have been created by this war, and of course we don't hear much about that because they're not living in tent camps, so you don't get the same kinds of visuals that you get from Syria. But over 1 million refugees have been created from this ongoing war in Ukraine, and Ukraine is at war. So it's really easy to sit in comfort of our homes back in our ridings and not really understand what's going on across the world. And so this trade agreement is important, I think, because it sends a message to Russia that Canada is there and that we care about the Ukraine. One of the things they are doing is fighting corruption, and one of the things that I think makes Ukraine so exciting is that this new push for democracy in the Ukraine is being led by youth. And it's amazing to see what's happening as a result of that youth and that involvement from civic society in Ukraine. Just a couple of examples of what they're doing to deal with the corruption. RCMP are over there helping to train their new police force. The reason they need a new police force is that they fired 25,000 patrol officers in the last 2 years. These patrol officers earn most of their living by taking bribes. So they fired all 25,000 of them. They've hired 11,000 new members. You have to be 35 years of age or younger to get on the force because they want a new demographic with a new set of values involved in the police going forward. So we were able to actually watch some of the training that was going on of some of the new recruits in Ukraine, led by our own RCMP, of course, who are respected around the world for our training abilities. They also fired the entire Supreme Court judges, and they're looking to hire new Supreme Court judges, and they expect another 2,000 judges to be fired this year in the Ukraine. So they are working really hard at trying to clean up the corruption that's going on there. Democracy is really interesting. One of the reasons, of course, that Mr. Putin is invading Ukraine and took over Crimea is because of his concern for democracy and the fact that Ukraine is working really hard to become a democratic country. And the role of civil society, we met with a number of members of civil society, and what's interesting there for parliamentarians in the room is that civil society actually drafts most of the legislation in Russia. So these youthful people get together, they draft the legislation, they pass it on to the members of parliament, who then work on it to bring it into law. So it's democracy kind of at its finest in one sense, in that it's driven very much from the ground up. Related to that, of course, many of us over the years have had Ukrainian parliamentary interns. And of course, that program is financially in jeopardy, I believe, this year. And I think it would be great to see some kind of sponsorship or support for that program, because I met a number of them over last year. It was my first time, of course, as a member of Parliament. And they were so excited about democracy. They're so excited about taking Canadian values back to Ukraine and making a difference in that country. So I really hope that that parliamentary intern program can continue. In terms of the military, Ukraine is working on building up their military. They want to have 250,000 troops trained. And they also need to bring up their training to a standard that they're acceptable to NATO. And so that's what Canada is over there helping them with right now, trying to bring the Ukrainian military forces up to the standard that NATO will actually accept them into being part of the group. So they're not there yet, but that's their target. And again, we live in pretty isolated, really, circumstances here in Canada, where unless you get the opportunity to travel and see what's happening in these countries, you don't realize that, I mean, some of the sayings that are important there is, if you want peace in that part of Europe, prepare for war. Now, that sounds awfully hawk-like coming from a dove, but having been there, I absolutely believe that we need a military deterrent in Europe, Asia, anywhere that's surrounding Russia, and that it's important that we see that happen in the Ukraine. The other thing, I guess, I want to go back a bit to the free trade agreement and the fact that this particular agreement does not force municipalities. Municipalities are not included in this free trade agreement. And I know when I was mayor of Cranbrook and heard that way off in Ottawa, they were signing an agreement that was going to make it really difficult for me as mayor of my community to support local businesses over foreign businesses, it was not very well received, quite frankly, as a mayor in a municipality. So I'm very happy to see that this agreement does not include municipalities, and they've had the same reaction from the school board in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia. This does not include school boards either. So I think this is an excellent agreement from a trade perspective. I think one that we should be using as an example under further trade agreements. But this agreement is also really important to build on the Canada-Ukraine friendship and to let Mr. Putin know that Canada will be there for the Ukraine. So it's important for trade, but it's also important for world peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague across the way for all the work that he's done on this particular file. We've heard a lot about trade today, and when you look at the numbers, the trade is actually quite modest between our two countries. It's averaged around 285 million over the last 5 years. But one of the other interesting components to this agreement is the investment component, and the fact that Ukraine actually has a free trade association agreement with the European Union. it allows small and medium-sized Canadian businesses. A lot of these free trade agreements always look at those big corporate entities. Well, they're already in the European Union. But small and medium-sized Canadian businesses now have an opportunity to invest in Ukraine where capital costs are so much lower, significantly lower than they would be in a place like Germany, as well as manufacturing costs are a lot lower. So there's an opportunity for small, medium-sized businesses to invest in Ukraine as a gateway into Europe, and vice versa, small and medium-sized businesses to invest from Ukraine to invest in Canada into the North American market. And I was wondering if my colleague would like to speak to that particular point.
Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Yes, thank you for the question. Anything we can do to build small businesses in Canada and the Ukraine, quite frankly, is welcome. As we know, the strength of the Canadian economy comes from the strength of our small businesses, and having Canadian investors, Ukrainian investors come to Canada, invest in small businesses, and Canadian investors go to Ukraine and invest in small businesses, I think really helps build a secure economy, because that's what a secure economy is. You certainly need the bigger companies, but small businesses are what makes communities on a local level successful.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I know over many years this has now come to fruition. And being Ukrainian heritage, I'm particularly pleased to see this trade agreement signed. But my question is, given the Russian aggression in the Ukraine, how does the member feel that this would impact the trade agreement?
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you for the question. And of course, the Honourable Member and I used to sit on a mayor's committee in British Columbia not so long ago. I think there's a fair bit of concern, and it sort of starts with concern around corruption. It starts with concern around what's happening with Putin and Russia. But again, I think by having more Canadian investment in the country, it does send a positive message both to Ukraine and to Russia that Canada will be there for Ukraine. It's one of the perspectives we heard. Look, we went to Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Latvia, and Poland. And one of the perspectives we heard there, which we don't really think about here, was looking at Russia over the less than a decade. First, it was Chechnya, and then it was Georgia, and then it was Crimea, and now it's eastern Ukraine. And the question those countries that surround Russia ask is, who's next? So building relationships, building business relationships, I think is really important. And some of those other countries potentially seem to be a bit more secure. But if I had money, I'd actually invest it in Ukraine. And I think because that's the Canadian thing to do, we want to build and strengthen Ukraine.
I think we have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. A very interesting speech, and happy to see the NDP supporting a trade agreement. As you know, our government brought 42 of the best-in-class trade agreements, and as we go through different trade agreements, we learn as we go. And as the Chair of Status of Women, one of the things that we've been talking about when we're studying the economic status of women is how in our future agreements in the go forward, if we're trying to get gender parity, we should be putting that into trade agreements. And I wondered if the member could comment.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Yeah, I would absolutely support that on principle. I think, we need to be concerned about the environment in the countries that we're dealing with. We need to be concerned about labor. I think we should be concerned about women's equality and equity, and also think that we might want to think a little bit about environment, equity, equality. And I've lost the last piece. But absolutely, I do think that equity should be part of what we consider in the future.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before starting, I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-31 today, which is an act to implement the agreement between Canada and Ukraine. Since I came to Ottawa, I have met someone, a Ukrainian who I greatly appreciate, the member for Eastman Selkirk Interlake. He's very proud of his Ukrainian roots. This bill originated under Mr. Harper, and I would point out that it is coming to the last step before it's being implemented today. It's hard to find throughout the world a government that believed more in free trade than the former Conservative government. Thanks to that government, we have concluded many deals. We signed free trade agreements with 46 countries, a number of markets to which we've opened the doors for Canadian manufacturers. We increased opportunities for them to conquer the world. As a businessman, I'm full aware of the challenges and advantages. Oftentimes, customs charges affect us greatly. On this side of the House, we have always understood that Canadians can make things work and be successful in business. We saw that with NAFTA. It was a challenge. Companies had to readjust in order to succeed, and they did so very successfully. Now, with all of these agreements, I have to say thank you, Mr. Harper. Thank you very much for these agreements. The agreement that is being ratified was led and ratified by Mr. Harper. He was behind this bill.
As we say in English, Mr. Harper showed by visiting Ukraine 4 times between 2013 and 2015 that this was a priority project for him. He showed that this was an important sector for him. Also, the rapprochement with Ukraine was facilitated by the fact that several thousands of Ukrainians migrated to Canada in the early 1900s. Many provinces, especially in the West, saw the settlement of Ukrainians who wanted a better future. And now we are reaching out to them so that we can do business together to grow the economies of both our countries. And we're also reaching out to our Ukrainian brother to help it face up to the Russian behemoth that is threatening it, a neighbor that is threatening its very integrity. In fact, a few hundreds of Canadian soldiers are deployed to Ukraine to help them maintain their strength. When we have a family member like Ukraine, we are all in with them. We want to do business with them, but we also share their fears. Because for many Canadians, when they watch TV and see the horrible images on the news, they think of their family members who are there. That is why I am even more happy to know that with such a free trade project, we can become closer to our Ukrainian ally and keep them away from the darkness. Now let's get to the details of this agreement. This agreement will allow numerous Canadian producers who already do business in Ukraine to increase them. Now I'm going to talk about Quebec, obviously, and boast about its merits. I'm thinking of the pork industry. Because of this agreement, the duty-free export limit for Canadian pork products will go from 10,000 to 20,000 tons per year for the next 7 years after the accord comes into force. When we think of how many family businesses deal with pork production, it's great news for everyone in Quebec. It's great news for the pork breeders, for industrialists like Olibel and Breton, and for all of their suppliers. This agreement will also immediately eliminate tariff duties of 5% on maple syrup and maple sugar, which is good for this typically Quebec product. My province produces 72% of all world production, and now this industry contributes to the tune of $800 million to the Canadian GDP and will now have a new market with no tariff barriers. Our maple syrup producers, who are also largely farmers, will be able to increase their income. We're talking about 6,400 businesses who will see an added value to their production with the development of this new market. Maple products represent the economic portrait of many Canadian industries, and most of them depend on only a few export markets. Here, most of our production goes to our neighbor to the south, which is logical. It's our neighbor, and it's a big market. But as a businessman, I know we can't put all our eggs in the same basket. We have to open other markets to sell our production surplus. Whether it be with Germany, France, or with CETA, or with the Ukraine, our producers need this assistance. Already, the Ukrainian market for our maple products is growing swiftly. From barely 2,770 pounds delivered in 2014, shipments have gone up to 51,000 tons in 2015, so imagine what with this growth will be in the future with no tariff duties. Another sector in Quebec that will profit from this is the ice wine industry. Now, with this agreement, the duties of 30 cents per liter will be eliminated. This is great news for our ice wine producers, which this ice wine is valued on the global market. This agreement is a step in the right direction. It's an additional tool for our businesses who can more easily export towards a new market. And it's the type of decision that a government must make to grow our economy. We're not too small to stay at home. We're too creative. And that's why we need to conquer the world. So we need to sign as many free trade agreements as possible. I'd like to thank former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. I'd like to thank the government and NDP to support C31. So let's keep it going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was a very interesting speech, and an interesting aspect of this agreement is that in Canada we have a Ukrainian diaspora of some 1 million citizens. So does my colleague want to talk about the advantages for Canadian businesses of having these Canadian Ukrainians who can speak Ukrainian, who understand the history and the culture of the country? When these businesses want to make investments in Ukraine, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Obviously, there is a large Ukrainian diaspora here, and that is why we have links of ties of fraternity with that country. As I said in my speech, Quebec is already going to benefit a great deal from this agreement. Without there aren't huge settlements, Ukrainian settlements in Quebec, but it's still a good thing. So you can imagine how good it is for the prairie provinces, where most of the Ukrainian communities come from. The fact that people speak the language and the proximity with the families there obviously is a good thing for the entire country.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his good words and support for the agreement. When you look back on the trade agreements that were signed by the Conservative government, a number of them included investor-state provisions and basically tying the hands of municipalities to not be able to support their businesses locally the way they'd like to. So I'd be interested from the member's perspective, do you think that this agreement is a good model for the future for free trade agreements for Canada?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, in any agreement, there can be different rules that may benefit some markets and less others. What we see in the Canada-Ukraine Accord is the tariff barriers for exports that are going to foster, that will be good for Canada. I talked about pork and maple syrup products that will be able to be exported to Ukraine. Now, will Ukraine be able to export to Canada more? Likely. Because a free trade agreement is supposed to foster both parties. Questions and comments.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise and support of this bill and this agreement. And I'm pleased to speak in support of an agreement that I think will further cement positive relations that Canada has enjoyed with Ukraine over many years. As an Albertan MP, and in the context of this bill, I'd like to take the opportunity to appreciate and highlight the many contributions of the Ukrainian community, especially in Alberta, where we celebrate that community on an annual basis, and certainly the contributions of the community to the Alberta economy and the Canadian economy as a whole is very important. So I'm very pleased to see sort of cross-partisan support for this agreement because I actually think that this is one of the best ways that Canada can trade with countries, especially trade with countries that have gone through a period of economic crisis or a period of political disruption, is one of the best ways that we can help them into the next phase of their development. And certainly when you look through the history of what Ukraine has gone through in the last few years, I think we have to all pause and recognize the significance of the ability for a country like Canada to enter into a free trade agreement. Certainly the election of the new government in Ukraine under the presidency of President Poroshenko in 2004, since then we've seen Ukraine begin necessary reforms to stimulate economic growth, including taking steps to address corruption and introducing measures to create a more positive business environment. This agreement, I think, is the logical next step in the acceleration and the development of Ukraine's economy. And I just want to note some of the key highlights that will support all Canadian businesses. As I do that, my ask to the government, much as it was when I rose in support of the Canada-EU Free Trade Agreement, is that the government work with our trade commissioners, our different economic development agencies to really put forward a plan on how Canadian businesses can take advantage of this free trade agreement in an expeditious manner. So some of the key provisions that I support, and I know many businesses will as well, is the elimination of tariffs on 86% of Canadian exports, with the balance of tariff concessions to be implemented over periods of up to 7 years. This includes elimination by Ukraine on tariffs of all Canadian exports of industrial products, fish and seafood, the elimination of a vast majority of Ukraine's agricultural tariffs. Key products benefiting from either immediate or eventual duty-free access include beef, certain pulses, grains, canola oil, processed food, animal feed, frozen fish, caviar, certain articles of iron and steel, industrial machinery, articles of plastics, and cosmetics. So certainly this is going to have a huge impact, or put a lot of opportunity forward for Canadian agricultural producers. And my hope is that some of the established mechanisms that we have for agricultural producers to either tailor or innovate some of their products into new markets. I want to give a shout out to the Saskatchewan Trade and Export Partnership as an example, the Canadian Beef Centre of Excellence. We have a lot of programs, centers of excellence, services that the government has invested into across different governments over time to help businesses connect with the opportunities presented by new free trade agreements. And my hope is that the government, as we hope this agreement actually passes into law, that they will then focus their attention on that business-to-business link-up. Certainly, the agreement also contains a range of disciplines and commitments pertaining to non-tariff measures that will help ensure that market access gains are not constrained by unjustified trade barriers. And the agreement contains commitments related to trade facilitation designed to reduce red tape at the border. What are some of the other things I wanted to highlight here? The digital economy component, I think, is interesting too. The chapter in this free trade agreement on electronic commerce obliges both Canada and the Ukraine not to levy customs duties or other charges on digital products that are transmitted electronically. I think this is a very interesting provision, given that it's something that's starting to reflect the new reality of trade, and I think it's actually nice. It's a good thing for Canada to be on the forefront of these types of trade agreements as it comes to international best practice. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? With that, I'd just like to take a few moments to talk about why I think trade is so important in terms of the political context in Ukraine. This summer, I want to acknowledge the hard work of my colleague from the Liberal Party from Etobicoke Centre, who has really been a champion for the rights of Ukraine, in addition to some of the other members of my caucus as well, too. But we actually had a committee study this summer within our immigration committee. If you'll indulge me, just to set the context on why this agreement is so important, is because I do think that when you give a country economic opportunity, it gives people there the opportunity to, and civil society, to grow. We had representatives from the community come and testify to our committee, and this was the excerpt on what was included in this report. The committee heard about the situation in Ukraine, a country that has gone from having no internally displaced persons to having 1.8 million over a 2-year period as a result of the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia and ongoing conflict in the Donbas region. According to Mr. Galkin, the director of the Right to Protection, the IDPs, internally displaced people, need permanent housing and employment opportunities, and those receiving government pensions need income security. A representative with the Special Monitoring Mission to Ukraine and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe explained that a return to rebel-held area is fraught with danger, where anyone who expressed critical opinions about rebels is at risk. There are documented examples of writers and others appearing on blacklists and being detained, tortured, and disappeared. Witnesses also explained that residents living along or close to the contact line have very limited access to humanitarian and medical aid due to security reasons and a ban on cargo deliveries. 2 witnesses, who are Ukrainian government sympathizers, shared their personal stories of capture and arrest, torture of all kinds, and impunity for abuses in the rebel-controlled areas. The committee also heard from a witness who was apprehended and tortured in Crimea, forced to testify against innocent people, and sentenced to forced labor. Both men implored the committee to remember the people still held in captivity and to fight for their release. Witnesses suggested that maintaining sanctions against Russia, continuing or increased support for the OSCE and the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission, continued support for election observers, and to help to find a political solution to the conflict. Further, Canada could help to provide aid to help integrate IDPs, to rebuild institutions such as the media that have been destroyed by the conflict, and to battle corruption. Training to police officers and border guards and support to civil society organizations were also recommended areas for Canada's support. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to read that excerpt from the committee because I think it really sets the context for why it's so important for trade agreements like this to be signed with countries like Ukraine. We already have a community that is very well, a diaspora community that's very well integrated into Canada. There are a lot of Ukrainian diaspora-led businesses that will see natural trade opportunities under this agreement, but more importantly, I think this in some way will help to rebuild the economy of Ukraine as it's gone through exceptionally hard circumstances. For anyone who sat through this committee hearing, we all have moments in our life where in this place you kind of pause and reflect upon the gravity of your role. The testimony that was presented by these witnesses was some of the most harrowing. It was truly disturbing to know some of the human rights abuses that has happened in Ukraine over the last couple of years. So I really do think that Canada has a duty beyond trade to stand up against human rights abuses that are happening there, to stand up against the illegal occupation of Crimea. But certainly trade is one way to do that. It sends a message to the international community that Canada is at the forefront of protecting these rights. And I certainly do feel that we've had a lot of support from the diaspora community. I've heard it over and over again as I travel across Alberta. That this is a really positive sign to the international community that Canada gets it and that we're standing up for what's right. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the aisle, for her speech, and she noted that this is one of the few times that we've had a trade agreement that everyone agrees that this is the right thing to do. She referenced that part of the reason is respect for the Ukraine-Canadian community and all the tremendous contributions in Alberta, but right across the country. But there's also the second part of her speech where she referenced what is going on inside of Ukraine. And the context, we must remember, the context of Russia's war of aggression of Ukraine, it began with the reneging of a free trade association agreement with the European Union between Ukraine, when the former President puppet, controlled by Mr. Putin, reneged on that agreement, and students came out into the streets and were brutally beaten in the central square of Kyiv. It became known as the Revolution of Dignity, and it was the first time in the history of the EU that protesters carrying the European Union flag and all that it symbolized, the respect for those universal human rights and democratic rights, that they were sniped. People carrying the European Union flag, for the first time in the European Union history, were shot and killed for symbolically carrying those values. And I was wondering if my colleague would want to expand on how that's impacted on our decision to come together as a House of Commons, as a Parliament, to sign on to this free trade agreement to help Ukraine in this very difficult time.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would like to state to this House that he has my deep respect for his passion and commitment to moving the yardstick forward on this issue. What a timely question, Mr. Speaker. We sit in an era where there's a movement towards protectionism and isolationism when it comes to trade, and that should be very concerning to the global community. When I think about where humanity has gone from the end of World War II to today, when you think about it, we've had decades of peace in a region in Europe that for the entire history of our species virtually has been at war with each other. And for critics of the European Union, while certainly there could be improvements on the EU in terms of its efficacy or its scope, the reality is that the European Union has, in effect, through economic growth, through the development of infrastructure, brought economic opportunity and hope to regions of the world that have been at war. And so when he talks about removing Ukraine from that network that was designed to provide that stability, that economic growth, because we know that economic opportunity and stability creates peace, absolutely an act of aggression, absolutely the worst thing, to isolate a country and its people from the opportunity that is created in there. Of course, I would protest that. Any of us would. It's wrong. And so certainly I think where this agreement is a step in the right direction for the international community, it's the antithesis of that behavior. So as we stand here and we debate a trade agreement, I think it's important to put it in the global context, this sort of desire, this protectionist desire, when we understand, my colleague opposite just so beautifully talked about what the benefits of trade can do. It's more than just the exchange of goods. It's the development of economic opportunity and peace.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons that the NDP is happy to support this trade agreement, in contrast to the Canada-Europe deal, is that it does not contain investor-state provisions that would allow foreign investors to directly challenge our democratic laws, regulations, and policies through special secretive commercial tribunals, as opposed to the regular Canadian court system that all other Canadians and indeed foreigners would have access to in this country. So I wonder if the member for Calgary Nose Hill could explain to this House why the Conservatives think it's important to include investor-state provisions in CETA. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I think the larger question here, Mr. Speaker, is the world has gone crazy in terms of how political affiliation relates to a party's or a political ideology's position on trade. I mean, I look at some of the discussion that's being had with our neighbors to the south, and I become very concerned about the thickening of borders and the desire to remove or step out of free trade agreements. Because the reality is that we're two generations that's been removed from conflict in the world, in the Western world anyway, and that for a large part has been due to the fact that we have opened our borders to trade. We open our borders to the exchange of goods, of ideas. To me, that's a very positive thing. That's what creates economic stability. That's what creates economic opportunity that allows for peace. So I find it very weird that the NDP, after in the last parliament, I think they did support the EU Free Trade Agreement, reversed their position, which is now almost reflective of the new American government's position on trade. So I find that very strange, and I look forward to further debate on that.
We'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week in Scarborough, we had more proof that Canadians are one community united against violence and hate. On a chilly Saturday evening, over 100 community members came together to stand in solidarity with the victims of the Quebec City terror attack and their families, and send a message of unity and love. Thank you to the members for Scarborough North, Scarborough Rouge Park, and Scarborough Gilwood for joining us, as well as our provincial and municipal colleagues. We were led in prayers by faith leaders from the Muslim, Christian, Hindu, and Buddhist communities. And also, on Saturday afternoon, the Youth Committee at the Scarborough Muslim Association brought the community together in prayer. Our future is in good hands with these youth. While this attack has chilled the Muslim community, we are warmed by the love and support of our fellow Canadians. Truly, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 100th anniversary of ministry for Elim Church in Saskatoon. From its early beginnings as a small prayer meeting in a home, the church has grown to be one of the largest churches in Saskatchewan. Elim is multi-generational, multicultural, as one of the most ethnically diverse congregations in Saskatoon. Over the years, Elim has made a priority of caring for their community through their extensive volunteer work. Elim operates a seniors' home, provides language training, and sponsors refugee families. In the past year, they have sponsored 2 refugee families and anticipate a 3rd family's arrival soon. Annually, they provide tens of thousands of dollars to help those who are marginalized, both in Saskatoon and around the world. They seek to be a beacon of light as a Christian community on the journey to become more like Jesus. Congratulations, Elim, for 100 years of giving hope and help to every life that you have touched.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, on February 6th, we launched Black History Month at the Canadian Museum of History. I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his presence and for his well-received speech. I would also like to thank the Minister of Heritage, all of my colleagues in this House, including all parties, senators, as well as the hundreds of people from coast to coast who traveled to highlight the contribution of Afro-Canadians. This year, Viola Desmond was chosen for the $10 bill to recognize her influence on the civil rights movement. We also pay tribute to Mathieu da Costa on the Canada Post 2017 stamp. Diversity is a source of wealth and one of Canada's greatest strengths. It is essential for the prosperity of our country. Thank you.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of the locked-out workers at Texada Quarrying on Texada Island. The Texada Quarry is a profitable operation owned by a multinational firm, Lafarge Holcomb. On October the 17th, the company locked out more than 60 workers after unsuccessful contract negotiations. Since that time, locked-out workers and their families have lived through a difficult holiday season and a long winter. It may come as a surprise to some members of this House that workers affected by labor disputes are not eligible for employment insurance. This simply doesn't make sense in the case of companies when they are locking out workers. New Democrats know that we must improve the employment insurance system so that it better meets the needs of working people in this changing economy. I believe it is high time for us to amend the EI Act so that workers affected by lockouts can access employment insurance benefits, benefits that they have paid into for decades in some cases.
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to stand in the House today to remember Musqueam elder Henry Charles, who passed away on January 28th, early in the morning. Henry Charles was a member of the Musqueam Band. He grew up on traditional territorial lands adjacent to the University of British Columbia, lands that were home to the strong, united Musqueam people for thousands of years. Charles Henry was a pioneer in recognizing the importance of preserving Hankuminam, the local Musqueam language. As a native historian, storyteller, official Musqueam speaker, and greeter, Mr. Charles's effort to preserve and revitalize his traditional language celebrates his community's unique worldview and preserves its traditional knowledge for future generations. He forged connections between storyteller and listeners that promoted literacy, the love of language, intercultural understanding, and appreciation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples alike. Beloved husband, father, grandfather, Henry was an exemplary elder, and he will be dearly missed by all.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to the Stars of Edmonton. Not Connor McDavid, though I'm very happy to have him wearing an Oilers jersey. I want to pay tribute instead to the many charities and organizations, especially in my riding of Edmonton West, that tirelessly serve our citizens. Organizations like the Meyer Centre for Autism, where they're leading the country with new ways of helping children with autism and with their families. Or the Elf Society, where they help the disabled live their lives with love and dignity. Kids on Track, where they mentor children at risk to be future leaders. And Goodwill Alberta, training and employing the disadvantaged and the disabled so that they can enjoy full lives and look forward to a better future. These and too many others to mention in just a minute are what make Edmonton and my riding of Edmonton West the heart of our city. I thank them for all their many volunteers and their supporters for all they do day after day, for the love and care of their fellow Edmontonians. Yes, we do have Connor McDavid, but we have many greater stars in Edmonton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On January 15, 1792, 15 ships filled with African Nova Scotians set sail from Halifax for the west coast of Africa in order to establish a new country called Sierra Leone. Most of these African Nova Scotians were former slaves who had fled America for Nova Scotia and were now hoping for a new life in Africa. These hardy souls established what is today Freetown, the capital city of Sierra Leone. There are still homes in Freetown built the same way they were in Nova Scotia in 1792. There are still streets with Nova Scotia names. People can still name the Nova Scotia towns where their ancestors once lived. The amazing thing to me is that I knew nothing about this significant piece of Nova Scotia history until I visited Sierra Leone a few years ago on a parliamentary mission with the Speaker. I urge anyone interested in this incredible story to go to the internet and search out Nova Scotia settlers, and this amazing story will unfold before your very eyes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Minister for Heritage and the Minister for Justice in reinstating and modernizing the Court Challenges program. This important program allows Canadians to better make themselves heard when it is time to define their rights and freedoms. As a member for a riding that represents the most francophones outside of Quebec, I am pleased by this announcement. 15 years ago, almost to the day, Franco-Ontarians stopped the closure of the only Francophone teaching hospital in Ontario, the Montfort Hospital. Without this essential program, it would not have been possible to prevent the Conservative Harris government from infringing on an essential institution for the Francophone community. The Conservative government decided to cut this program in 2006. Mr. Speaker, it took Prime Minister Trudeau to reestablish the program, and it took another year to reestablish it. The Court Challenges program in its modern form is proof that our government is committed to protecting human rights as well as official language rights. On behalf of Francophone minority communities, thank you.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to and to extend condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Greg Hinton, Vice President and General Manager of Bell Media Radio, Brockville and Kingston, who died January 23rd after a 2-year battle with cancer. Greg was instrumental in the continued success of radio stations in those two communities, and over his 30-year career demonstrated a deep commitment to the broadcasting business and his communities. He helped grow talented people who are serving across Canada today. In Brockville, he kept the city's only 2 local radio stations, JR-FM and Bob-FM, intensely community-focused, while in Kingston, his leadership has maintained 1 station at #1 in the market while growing a 2nd station. As well as his busy career, Greg was focused on helping his communities and lent his enthusiastic support to many causes. He is survived by his wife Allison, daughters Jessica, Lila, and Ivy, and son Joshua. He will be missed.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Mr. Speaker, the 51st Canadian Ski Marathon will happen this weekend in the lovely riding of Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. This is the longest and oldest cross-country skiing event in North America. This same marathon is the one where the legendary Herman Smith Johansson, best known as Jackrabbit, participated until he was 105 years old. Participants of all ages will be able to ski up to 160 kilometers between La Chute and Gatineau, going through Montebello. This marathon is not a competition. There are no winners or losers. The main goal is to go beyond one's own limits. Skiers can participate on their own or as part of a team and choose between 5 categories, and one of which will allow them to set their own goals for the various trails. I would like to thank Frédéric Médard and his team, as well as the many volunteers without whom this event would not happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoyne. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Sergeant Jacques Nadeau, who left us on February 2nd when he was 95 years old. Sergeant Nadeau was with the Montreal Fusiliers on August 19, 1942, when his regiment fought in Dieppe and where he was captured. He was finally freed in 1945 and remained a career soldier with the Canadian Armed Forces before retiring in 1971. I wish to offer my most heartfelt condolences to his loved ones. Sergeant Nadeau also had a family of comrades, the Fusiliers, with whom he was with in Dieppe on that day. He lost a friend over there, Mr. Robert Boulanger. This year is the 75th anniversary of Dieppe, and we will always remember those who were part of it on land, in the air, and on the sea. Thank you, Sergeant Nadeau.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, next Wednesday, February 15th, is not only Flag Day, but also Ski Day on the Hill. Hey. This wonderful event provides an opportunity for parliamentarians to come together and recognize the importance of physical activity for Canadians while enjoying some cross-country skiing and other winter activities. Ski Day on the Hill is also a fun way to raise awareness about National Health and Fitness Day, which takes place this year on June 3rd. I encourage all communities across Canada to proclaim National Health and Fitness Day and join us in making Canada the fittest nation on earth. I would also like to thank Senator Nancy Green-Rain for her tireless work in putting this event together and for her continued advocacy and promotion of physical health for Canadians. As the critic for sport, I invite all Canadians to bundle up, head outside, and get active in whatever way works best for you. And for those of us sitting long hours in these seats, I encourage you to get up off your behinds and join me in taking one activity off your Participation 150 playlist.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was proud to be in Iqaluit yesterday with the Prime Minister, ministers of our government, and Inuit leaders as we signed a declaration to create the Inuit Crown Partnership. This establishes a new chapter in governments between Inuit and the Government of Canada. It includes the implementation of the Inuit land claims agreements, social development, and reconciliation between Inuit and the government. As the new Inuit-Crown relationship moves forward, immediate action will be taken to address painful memories of the past, including relocations and the treatment of Inuit during the tuberculosis epidemic of the 1940s and the 60s, and including the many relocations from their historic communities and villages. It will address the dark decades of residential schools and work together with Inuit to advance the strategy on reducing suicide and building stronger communities together. The Inuit Nunanget Declaration demonstrates the shared commitment of the renewed Inuit-Crown relationship between the Inuit Taptrini and Kanetti and the Government of Canada, and it underscores the common goal of creating prosperity for all Inuit, which benefits all Canadians. This is a proud and historic moment in
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
In November of last year, the BC Child and Youth Advocacy Coalition released its BC Child Poverty Report, which shows the growing income inequality among BC families that has 1 in 5 of our children living in poverty, a statistic that has not changed in 2 decades. In my own riding of Cowichan Malahat Langford, the city of Duncan is highlighted as having the highest child poverty rate of 31% for an urban area in BC. These are not alternative facts. They are a damning indictment of policy failures from successive Liberal and Conservative governments. In fact, it was just recently that the Liberals shamefully voted against the creation of a national poverty reduction strategy. Mr. Speaker, it is a sad state of affairs when a country as wealthy as Canada continues to display these kinds of statistics. My colleagues and I in the NDP will never rest so long as poverty and inequality continue to exist in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise to mark the All Senior Care Seniors Games. This is a yearly event held in early February at ASC Living Centres across Canada. There are 2 such retirement homes in my riding of Perth Wellington, Cedarcroft Place and McCarthy Place Retirement Residence. Today marks the closing ceremonies of this year's Seniors Games, and across Canada, residents and community members will be gathering to mark and celebrate the successes of our senior citizens. Events include walking the hallways, Wii bowling, billiards and bocce, Wii golf, shuffleboard, and various card games. The ASC Seniors Games are an opportunity for all residents to participate and socialize, no matter the activity level. Mr. Speaker, healthy aging is important as our population ages, and the All Senior Care Senior Games help our senior citizens exercise their bodies and their minds. I would like to thank the organizers of the All Seniors Care Seniors Games on a successful year and congratulate those who participated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to congratulate the Ministers of Canadian Heritage and Justice for their inspired announcement this week to reinstate and modernize the landmark Court Challenges program. While this instrumental program was unceremoniously shuttered by the previous government, I'm proud that our government has fulfilled another campaign promise and restored this vital tool for equality and justice. From helping clarify Métis Crown relations in the landmark Daniels ruling to playing a vital role in the long legal struggle for same-sex rights and marriage equality, the Court Challenges program is a uniquely Canadian program that has repeatedly ensured we as a society fulfill our loftiest ideals and aspirations. Our government is committed to helping Canadians better define their rights and freedoms enshrined in the Charter. I am particularly proud of the fact that the modernized Court Challenges program will significantly reduce the systematic barriers to justice that many in our society, whether they be First Nations, youth, immigrant communities, or the working class, too often face. Thank you, Mr.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Carleton.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister's meeting with the President must not turn into an episode of The Apprentice. 1/5 of our workers depend on Canada-U.S. trade for their jobs. Donald Trump wants to move those jobs south. The Liberals are working hard to help him. New Liberal carbon taxes, payroll taxes, and taxes on small businesses are driving jobs out of our country. Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop taxing jobs out of Canada?
Making America great again.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All members of this House, I think, know how important it is to support our economy in order to grow our middle class. All members of this House also know that it's important in that process to work towards sustainable development that is going to create clean growth, clean air, clean water for this generation and future generations. And all members of this House also know how important it is to ensure that the most vulnerable Canadians are protected and assisted in order to join our middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, this Liberal carbon tax will not only cost people their jobs, it'll cost them a fortune. That's why the Liberals have censored Finance Canada documents showing the cost of the tax on the poor and the middle class. Today we learned that the Finance Minister also censored from his economic update projections showing that the deficits will continue well into 2050. Mr. Speaker, is this government's tax and borrow addiction so bad that they have to cover up its symptoms?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government is committed, Mr. Speaker, to helping the middle class and those that are working so hard to join it. The report which we tabled in an open and transparent way shows that our fiscal situation is sustainable over the long term. The report supports our plan to invest in the economy and grow the middle class. As we implement this plan, we will make every dollar count and we'll be fiscally responsible with every decision that we make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, this Finance Minister is like a human Roomba, hovering in all directions, trying to vacuum up any money he can find. He started by borrowing twice as much as he promised, then gas taxes, payroll taxes, and higher small business taxes. And now he's trying to raise taxes by thousands of dollars on the soldiers who are fighting ISIS in the Middle East. When will this government realize that its spending is the problem and take its hands out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take this opportunity to provide reliable facts to this House and to all Canadians. One thing that is certainly well known is that we have put into place a reduction in middle-class taxes, benefiting 9 million middle-class taxpayers and increasing taxes on the top 1% of Canadians. One thing which is also well known, I think, Mr. Speaker, that we have stopped sending checks to families of millionaires and increased family supports to 9 families out of 10. These are not only strong figures, Mr. Speaker, but extremely important figures for Canadians who want to confide in the will and the ability of our government to work for middle-class families.
La députée Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the cat is out of the bag. Remember, just before Christmas, the Minister of Finance released a devastating document for the government's pathetic management, which concluded that if nothing were changed, we would be at $1.5 trillion in debt by 2050, and we wouldn't be able to balance the budget until 2055. Well, the Globe and Mail released today that that document wasn't just given to the minister a few days before Christmas. He had it since October, and so for 10 weeks the Minister of Finance hid this information from Canadians. It was a very severe criticism of the government's pathetic management. Why was the government hiding this information from Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. The update of economic forecasts and budgetary forecasts show that the budget situation of our government is sustainable in the long term. This is our government's plan, which will make sound investment decisions in the economy for the middle class and to enhance productivity in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Our government will continue to invest in the economy while ensuring financial viability in the long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, if it was all that nice, then why did you hide the document for all those weeks? It's exactly the opposite. This shows that if nothing is changed, if you don't change anything, then we're going to be looking at a deficit and a no balanced budget until 2055 and a debt of $1.5 trillion in 2050. How can you find that to be so good? Mr. Speaker, if it were good, they would have been quick to release it, and the opposite happened. They hid it for 10 weeks. Why so much hypocrisy on the part of this government?
Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government's priority is to focus on the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. Our government, Mr. Speaker, has taken steps for the middle class. We introduced to Canada a child benefit for Canadian families, and we are helping our seniors. Mr. Speaker, our government is going in the right direction, and we will continue to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Victoria.
After having broken its promise on election reform, the Prime Minister refused to apologize to Canadians. What's more, he's trying to use misinformation to defend this act of betrayal. According to him, we should keep the current voting system to prevent a right-wing government from taking power. Really? A Conservative government in Canada? My question is simple. Was the Prime Minister asleep during the 10 years that Stephen Harper was in power?
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My work as minister is to enhance and protect democracy in Canada. I'm very keen to work with all members of this House and to do this work to ensure transparency, etc., to ensure that Canadians have the right to vote, can't have access to the vote, and I'm eager to work with all here to improve democracy.
The Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Speaker, is spreading alternative facts on democratic reform. According to the Prime Minister, it wasn't his fault he broke his promise. Are you ready? It was the NDP's. Talk about desperate. Let's talk about real facts. The current system provides 100% of the power to a party that gets 39% of the vote. The Prime Minister promised to change all that, and then he broke that promise. Do the Liberals not understand that blaming everyone else for their broken promises is exactly what breeds cynicism in politics?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise today as the Minister of Democratic Institutions, because it's my job, in fact, as many members in this House know, to improve, to enhance, and to secure our democracy in this country. And our job, as I've said time and time before, as leaders in our communities, as politicians, and those that care and are deeply embedded in the democratic process, is to do all that we can to combat cynicism, to encourage citizens to participate, and to ensure that everybody who has the right to vote has access to that vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Speaker, it's broken promise after broken promise with this government. A new report from the David Suzuki Foundation states, and I quote, almost 1 year after the budget announcement, the process for attaining clean and safe drinking water for First Nations remains flawed. End of quote. I wrote to the Prime Minister yesterday, Mr. Speaker, to thank him for his interest in our youth's storage capacity for canoes and paddles. But the real question here is, will the government respect its election promise to end boiling water advisories in all communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that our government is very proud of the relationship we've established with young Indigenous Canadians across this country, and we'll continue to build on that relationship. In terms of the Suzuki report released yesterday, I think that it's important to note that our government stands by our commitment to end long-term drinking water advisories within 5 years. And already we have lifted 18 long-term drinking water advisories on First Nations in this country that had not been dealt with in decades before. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that some of the projects highlighted in the report yesterday are near completion, despite what the report says.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Well, Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised to lift all 130 of them, not just 18.
This week, the commissioners responsible for the inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women implied that it was up to families to participate in the inquiry or not. I wonder how many families know that it's up to them to contact the inquiry in order to participate. We've already heard about the frustration and confusion that these families are facing. Could the minister explain the changes made to the inquiry process to make it more transparent and inclusive? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were very proud to meet our commitment to Canadians and launch a truly national independent inquiry into the ongoing tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in this country. In August of 2016, we announced the terms of reference that would guide the inquiry, and the 5 commissioners that have been appointed are now leading that process. Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that this inquiry will also be able to make recommendations on urgent action that is needed, such as the known root causes with investments in women's shelters, housing, education, and children across Indigenous Canada.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked why the Liberals took away CMHC insurance when Canadian families refinanced their mortgage. The talking point in response was about the mortgage stress tests and long-term affordability. My question had nothing to do with stress test changes. It's alarming that Liberals don't seem to know the difference between stress test requirements and taking away CMHC insurance for those who refinance. Increasing interest costs on refinanced mortgages hurts middle-class Canadians and it hurts affordability. Will the Liberals reverse this punitive and damaging change, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. No, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to helping the middle class and those working so hard to join it. And we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to monitor the market to protect middle-class Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government is also taking a long-term view of the way that the mortgage markets are functioning by reviewing the distribution of risk in mortgage lending. To support affordability in housing, we've committed $2.3 billion in Budget 2016 for affordable housing, and the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development is leading the development of this national housing strategy. Our government will continue to closely monitor the housing market, and we will continue to work with provinces and municipalities to tackle affordability and financial stability. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this government has been at the helm for more than a year, and already several promises have been broken. They can boast and claim that they put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 families, but the truth, Mr. Speaker, is that the middle class and families have less money in their pockets under the Liberals in power. This government is blithely wasting money without counting, not creating full-time jobs. When will the government take its responsibility, start governing responsibly, and stop indebting Canadians, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Order, please. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm always happy to rise in the House to talk about the wonderful accomplishments of this government to help the middle class. First of all, Mr. Speaker, under this government, we have cut taxes for the middle class. 9 million Canadians benefited from that, and our government, or that the members opposite, voted against this measure. Our government has also introduced the Canada tax benefit, which provides on average $220 money for Canadian families. But there again, the members opposite voted against that initiative.
Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of Albertans are out of work. There's a new crippling carbon tax on everything, and now apparently a plan to phase out world-class energy production. The oil sands provide 425,000 jobs for Canadians and partnerships with thousands of businesses across Canada. Every one job in the oil sands creates 2.5 jobs from coast to coast. Any other world leader would value this strategic asset and long-term energy security, but the Liberals have turned their backs on Alberta. When will the Prime Minister finally champion Canadian energy and Canadian jobs?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we understand the challenges workers and their families across the country in the energy sector have experienced for over the past 3 years. We did in 1 year what the previous government couldn't do in a decade. We are protecting our oceans. We are pricing carbon pollution, all the while putting middle-class Canadians back to work. We said that major pipelines could only get built if we had a price on carbon pollution and a strong environmental protection in place. Our support for getting our resources to market and reflects a balanced approach that ensures the environment is protected, a fair price for commodities is received, and creates good,
Honourable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, for a year and a half, the Liberals opposite have been in power. For a year and a half, the economy has been mismanaged, there's been no full-time jobs created, and they've abandoned our small and medium-sized businesses. What does the government come up with in terms of a solution? To overtax SMEs, cutting into their income, the income that would help them, revenues help them hire members of the middle class, and this to fund their out-of-control spending. Why is this Prime Minister directly attacking those who contribute the most to our economy?
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Small and Medium-Sized Businesses.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for a question. This government does understand the importance of small and medium-sized businesses. We understand they're the backbone of the economy. They're proud of the work that they do, especially in the tourism industry, where we've seen booms this summer. 192,000 businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, are in that $90 billion. And they are a small business, my friend, yes. Also, with the investments we've done in infrastructure, that too is small and medium-sized businesses. We're doing a lot to help them and will continue to do so.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
In my riding, the Chamber of Commerce is worried about all the things the Liberals are doing to kill small business and eliminate job expansion, like the carbon tax, higher taxes for business, more regulation, and concerns about being uncompetitive with our neighbours south of the border. Then, when the Liberals could give us infrastructure money to create 3,000 jobs in my riding, the infrastructure minister has done nothing about it in a year and a half. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals put their money where their mouths are and support creation of jobs in my riding?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question because it gives me an opportunity to remind the House that we've invested $12 million in Sarnia-Lambton in Bioindustrial Innovation Canada for 478 jobs. And this is a pattern, Mr. Speaker, that is repeating itself across the country with the Innovation Ministry, with the Infrastructure Ministry. We are investing in Canadian technology. We are creating Canadian jobs, including in Sarnia-Lambton, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government funded over 500 infrastructure projects in Alberta, worth $7 billion combined total funding with provinces and municipal partners. Under the Liberals, only one announced project in Alberta has started construction. Mr. Speaker, there's a serious job crisis. Yesterday, I did not get an answer from the minister, so I will ask it again. When will the Liberals uphold their promise and fast-track the $700 million in infrastructure funds to Alberta?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. As she knows, we were elected on a platform to deliver a historic plan to invest in infrastructure. We're delivering on our commitment by investing more than $180 billion in over 12 years to create long-term growth jobs for the middle class, create a low-carbon economy, a green economy, and improve social inclusion. In Alberta, we've approved 127 projects, Mr. Speaker, which compares favorably, Mr. Speaker, to 4 projects announced in 2014, 5 projects in 2014, and 2 projects in 2013. I'll put we're busy building an economy, Mr. Speaker, while the party opposite spent 10 years deconstructing.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, young Canadians, including many who voted for the first time, voted for the Prime Minister because he had committed to changing the way we vote. We can understand how disappointed they were when the Prime Minister broke that promise last week. when elected officials don't keep their word, and that contributes to a rise in cynicism and skepticism among young people in Quebec and Canada. What does the Prime Minister have to say to these young people who voted for him and who may well just be less interested in politics, period? The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said today, it's important for all members in this House, all political leaders in Canada who are committed with our democracy to encourage young Canadians to vote and to participate in the democratic process. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we brought forth Bill C-32, which will have something for young people aged 14 to 17. We know that when people vote once, they vote for the rest of their lives. So, Mr. Speaker, we are taking steps to encourage young Canadians to participate, and I'm eager to work with my colleagues in this House in order to increase the participation of young people in our democracy. Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, young people, when they see that promises aren't kept, they don't want to participate. And in that regard, there's the young people who spoke publicly about their disappointment with respect to this broken promise. It's Liberal McGill, which officially represents the Liberal Party of Canada at McGill. They said, and I quote, "The decision announced today by the Prime Minister was very disappointing for the Executive as well as for the members of the Young Liberals of McGill." What does the Prime Minister, who is also Minister for Youth, have to say to his own members? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know in this House, Canada is a democracy. And in a democracy, we debate ideas, we have different positions, and we are very proud that we can have a debate on varying points of view here in this House, and that we can do so with wisdom, respectfully, and with a view to encouraging all to participate. That is what we have always done. We will continue to work to enhance our democracy and our traditions in this country. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Paper question, the Defence Minister said, all Canadian Armed Forces personnel serving at all Operation Impact Kuwait locations receive tax relief effective October 5th, 2014 to September 1st, 2016. He misled the House yesterday when he blamed the former government. He took away their benefits. He did nothing to help them. Why are the Liberals taking away our soldiers' benefits?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Merci, mon collègue, de sa question.
I'd like to thank the member for his question and his concern in our soldiers deployed abroad. As the Minister mentioned yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we are resolved to looking after our troops, including their pay. We will ensure that tax measures are fair. And that is why the Minister called on the CDS to contact the various organizations in order to look at rules governing pay and to propose changes, including finding ways to limit negative repercussions on deployed troops. Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to save money, the Liberals are cutting pay to soldiers deployed abroad. They're cutting the income, and they have no recourse to defend them. The Liberals know they're an easy target. Savagely cutting this way pay for men and women who are deployed to wipe out ISIL, that disgusts me. Mr. Speaker, how can the minister and a former reservist like me allow this to have happened, especially when we pointed out that it was happening last December? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the official opposition spokesperson said, and I quote, "The Minister of National Defence, who is a proud veteran, knows just how important danger pay is for our courageous troops as well as for their families at home." The Minister said we must put in place a process to resolve certain problems. Many departments are involved and need to be consulted. We are working on this issue and we will succeed in resolving it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number of Canadian veterans who are suffering permanent physical brainstem injuries as a result of mefloquine, the anti-malaria drug they were ordered to take, is growing daily. The Veterans Affairs Minister must put veterans first and work towards a national registry to provide the evidence to diagnose and treat mefloquine toxicity. Will the minister finally bring relief to the stigma and the pain of veterans who are suffering simply because they followed orders during their sacrifice and service to Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of National Defence and Canadian Forces take the health and well-being of Canadian Force members and veterans very seriously. I thank the member opposite for her tireless efforts in working for Veteran Affairs. While I cannot comment on specific cases, I do hope this individual looks after their health and consults with their doctor. We provide a range of services and programs to promote the welfare of those who become ill or injured in the line of duty, including disability and related health care benefits, rehabilitation services, financial benefits, and support to families. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure the parliamentary secretary heard the honourable member's questions, but Canada's allies have banned the use of the anti-malaria drug mefloquine. In fact, Veterans Affairs Committee wrote a letter to the Minister of Health to study the effects on November 18, 2016. The physiological and the psychological effects on those who were given mefloquine during service is a cause of great concern within the veterans community. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister direct the Minister of Defence to follow our allies' lead and ban the use of mefloquine not only for our soldiers but for their families as well?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
La santé et le bien-être de
The health and well-being of all members of the Canadian Armed Forces is very important to our government. Malaria is an infectious disease that can jeopardize the lives of our troops who can be exposed to during their duties. It's a personal decision with respect to prevention of malaria. This decision is made in close cooperation with the members' health care provider and based on in-depth medical information. The use of mefloquine in the Canadian Armed Forces is currently under examination.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development said the reason the Liberals haven't delivered on their home care commitment is because of the provinces. Let me read their home care promise from Liberal.ca because apparently that's where the real promises live. Quote, as an immediate commitment, we will be investing $3 billion. 14 months later, and now it's the province's fault? When will the Liberals stop blaming others and finally come through on their commitment for home care?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez, je pense...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that we have done our share and we've made a good offer to the provinces. This is an offer that is going to increase the health transfer by over $1 billion a year, in addition to a supplementary $11 million over the next years for mental health care and home care. I think that this meets the needs of Canadians in terms of home care and mental health care, and I think it's going to be transformational for our health network.
Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, the Conference Board of Canada has released a report confirming the shortfall in infrastructure funding in Northern and Indigenous communities. The report states that a long list of Northern and Aboriginal concerns need to be addressed. We are talking about access to safe water, housing, roads, internet, cell coverage, and power. When will the Liberals acknowledge these rights and provide the urgently needed services?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question because I think it's very important to note that this is a government that takes very seriously investments in infrastructure in Indigenous communities across Canada. This past year, we have invested record amounts of money both in housing, in water, in wastewater, and in other infrastructure needs, both on reserve and in Northern and Indigenous communities. In fact, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I happened to be in Nunavut with the Minister for Families and Social Housing and the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, where they talked about the $50 million investment in Nunavut alone to be able to improve the housing conditions in that community. We're going to keep doing what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, our Canadian Armed Forces operate in a wide variety of challenging and geographically diverse locations around the globe. Whether our forces are at home in Canada's north or abroad providing international humanitarian assistance and meeting our commitments to NORAD and NATO, they need to rely on the equipment our government provides them to get the job done. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement inform this House about recent investments made in support of our Canadian Armed Forces.
Good question. Lab Secretary Parliamentaire.
Parliamentary Secretary for Public Services.
Question. Great news. Our government is committed to providing the men and women of the military the equipment they need to do their job while providing well-paying jobs for the middle class and those working hard to join it. That is why yesterday our government announced the award of contracts totaling $168 million to acquire new portable shelter systems for our military. These contracts will not only provide our military with the modern equipment they need to do their jobs safely and securely in virtually any environment, at home or abroad, this will also create or maintain 160 good-paying jobs and generate economic benefits for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, there's clearly controversy swirling around the purchase of Super Hornet fighter jets. Yesterday, in the Government Operations Committee, they refused to hold an emergency debate. And what's the mandate? To study procurement contracts. We want to make sure everything is done in good order under the government contracts regulations. Will the Liberal government allow our committee to do its work on this important matter and ensure respect for parliamentary procedures? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Public Services. Mr. Speaker, the good news doesn't stop there. Our government has announced a decision to launch a competitive bidding process that is open and transparent to replace our CF-18 fighter jet fleets shortly after the publication of the Defence Review. This competitive process will allow us to provide our CF members the best aircraft in the long term according to the best price-quality ratio and to ensure the best industrial benefits for Canadians. All aircraft builders who respect the criteria will be able to bid. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals used their majority in the committee to shamefully shut down a study on the Boeing F-18 Super Hornet sole source purchase. The procurement minister's own mandate from the Prime Minister states government and its information should be open by default. And in case you weren't listening, open by default. The minister is cynically ignoring these instructions. Why is she blocking information about the Super Hornet purchase from Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, just to prove that good news can be transmitted in both official languages, I just want to tell you our government announced a decision to undertake an open and transparent competition to replace the full CF-18 fleet shortly following the results of the Defence Policy Review. This will provide our men and women in uniform with the right aircraft for the long term, at the right price, and with the right economic benefits for Canadians. Any aircraft that meets the requirement can bid in the competition. Mr. Speaker, the good news keeps coming for our men and women in uniform.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about Phoenix. The Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister are showing poor leadership. First, the Minister never admitted her initial error of having launched this system in 2016, and she is absolutely letting the Deputy Minister go to all the press conferences and take the flak. And since the beginning of the fiasco, the Minister has tried to downplay the scope of this crisis that is affecting thousands of Canadian families. When will the Minister finally show political courage in this matter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I have never seen a minister do so much work to solve a problem that was bequeathed to us by the previous government. I cannot believe this political party that is rising in this House, and they have no shame because they are the ones who gave us this problem. Our minister has put provisions in place. This minister is going to fix the problem. We are going to overcome the problems with Phoenix, and our public servants will be paid.
Mr. Speaker, after a year of missed deadlines, tens of millions of overpayments, endless talking points as we see here, the Liberal Phoenix fiasco is getting worse. And now the Liberals are failing public servants on maternity and disability, with 80% of recipients not receiving their pay on time. Do you have a talking point for that? 80% are missing. When will the Minister of Public Services stop hiding behind her Deputy Minister, take responsibility and fix the Liberal Phoenix fiasco?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, I must tell you that I'm a little bit I am a little bit incredulous vis-a-vis a political party that left us a legacy of a failed project that this minister, that this prime minister, that this department is working overtime, is working around the clock to fix. We will fix the problems in Phoenix. I can reassure him that public servants will get paid, overpayments will be corrected, and public servants will enjoy a modern pay system, but no thanks to them.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Liberals announced the revival of the Court Challenges program. This program will fund court challenges based on freedom of religion, democratic rights, liberty, and security. Restoring this program is a good step that is long overdue, but the government should enshrine it in law. Liberals need to keep their promise to stop fighting First Nations families, veterans, and mothers in court. So a simple question for the minister. Will the Liberals enshrine this program in law so that these groups and future groups can access justice and keep fighting for fairness, and when will they do it?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting human rights and official language rights. In the context of the cross-country consultations on official languages, Canadians highlighted the importance of ensuring access to the legal system, which is why we reinstated the Court Challenges program, a program that has made a real difference in the lives of Canadians. In order to get the program up and running right away, it was important to do it in the way that it has been done. The possibility of enshrining it into law is one that could be considered at a later date, but in order to get these rights available to be supported, it was necessary to do it in the way that it has been done.
Well, member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals have been promising action on solving the abandoned vessel problem since they first took office. Coastal communities are tired of waiting. Boats are still sinking. We need a strong system to stop oil spills on our coast. It's time that this ship sails. And it's time that the Coast Guard receives the resources and the broader mandate that it needs to do its job. When this boat take action on solutions to protect BC's coast.
Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, that almost sounds like a planted question. It gives me an opportunity to tell the member that ship sailed, in fact, in November, when our Prime Minister was in British Columbia. I was in St. John's, Newfoundland, and we announced a historic investment in the Canadian Coast Guard in partnership with Transport Canada. Our Oceans Protection Program, Mr. Speaker, is one of the most innovative and complete packages ever announced to protect marine ecosystems, to ensure that in the event of an oil spill, all of the resources are on site and available to clean it up quickly, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, to prevent it, and I know that member will want to celebrate that with us.
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, since introducing my private member's bill C-211, I've heard from hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals who are in the fight of their lives. There's no standard diagnosis of care for PTSD that is consistent from the East Coast to the West Coast. Our first responders, our veterans, our firefighters who have sacrificed so much for our country are not receiving the proper care and support needed to deal with PTSD. Mr. Speaker, lives are at stake. Simple question. Can we count on the Prime Minister and his Liberal caucus to support Bill C-211 when it's voted on at second reading? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Looking after our soldiers is a priority for us. The Canadian Forces are determined to improve the treatment offered to members of the Canadian Forces suffering from PTSD. We've recently invested over $2 million over 4 years in cutting-edge technology that will contribute to mental health research. The military personnel is encouraged to ask for support, and they are also screened especially with regard to PTSD. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, why has the government ended the practice of prioritizing persecuted Iranian LGBT as refugees to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
We welcome 40,000 refugees. That includes 25,000 resettle refugees, which is double what the previous government brought. We take seriously our refugee commitment to make sure that it's compassionate and focused on the most vulnerable people. We work very, very closely with the UN Refugee Agency and private sponsors to continue to identify the most vulnerable, and that obviously includes members of the LGBTQ2 community.
The Honourable Parliamentary Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, LGBT in Iran are beaten, tortured, executed, all while being sanctioned under the law, simply for who they are and for who they love. So to me, that's the definition of the most vulnerable. The Minister didn't answer the question. The Minister used the talking point of 25,000 Syrian refugees. I'm talking about the practice of allowing and prioritizing Iranian LGBT refugees coming to Canada. Why are the Liberals turning their back on the most vulnerable? No talking points, please.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration and
Speaker,
Refugees.
we will take no lessons from the previous government when it comes to identifying and welcoming and being compassionate to those most vulnerable, as well as refugees in need of resettlement. We work very, very closely with the UN Refugee Agency to make sure that we continue to identify those in most need for resettlement, which obviously includes members of the LGBTQ2 community.
Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities recently announced a support project for cities in Jordan that are affected by the Syrian conflict and the resulting migratory pressure. In the context of this unprecedented migrant crisis, can the Minister inform this House on how the government is helping these cities to cope with the situation? The Honourable Minister of the Francophonie. Mr. Speaker, we believe in the importance of developing local skills, including proximity government initiatives. Therefore, the government is looking to cities that welcome tens of thousands of refugees to help them to maintain stability in their region. The FCM project in Jordan will result in assistance for a dozen municipalities in managing their public services, including the contribution of female leadership.
Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives support tougher sentences for and penalties for human trafficking. Through Bill C-38, the Liberals are shamelessly attempting to remove consecutive sentencing for human trafficking offenders. They are delaying to take action to combat this serious issue. We know the Liberals' track record of putting offenders ahead of the rights of victims. The Minister claims to be compassionate for vulnerable people. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask her this. When will she take concrete action to empower survivors of human trafficking and protect victims? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government is very committed to ensuring that we do the right thing to protect victims and to combat human trafficking, the victims of which are among society's most vulnerable. The bill introduced by the Minister of Justice yesterday will give law enforcement and prosecutors new tools to investigate and prosecute certain human trafficking offences that can be particularly difficult to prove. It will also strengthen Canada's criminal law in response to trafficking in persons in a manner that is consistent with the Charter. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-38 will bring into force private member's Bill C-452 with amendments to better protect victims while at the same time ensuring consistency with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Well done.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Mr. Speaker, after Juno Award nominees were announced this week, fans of Canadian music are gearing up for an awesome party in Ottawa on April 2nd. But let's not forget that once again, Canadian artists are also well represented among the nominees for the 59th Annual Grammy Awards taking place this Sunday in Los Angeles. Indeed, Canadian artists have started from the bottom and now they're here across the world, from Montreal to Hong Kong, from Bangkok to Babylon. From hip-hop to indie rock, folk, jazz and country to pop chart toppers, Canada is known for the diversity of its homegrown talent. So can this government provide the members of this House with an update on the state of Canadian recording artists on the international scene?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the music lover from Pontiac for that question. Canada has got a reputation for itself when it comes to music. You might ask, what do you mean? Well, Drake, Justin Bieber, and The Weeknd are in the top 10 global recording artists of 2016. The world is saying, Canada, Baby, I like your style. When it comes to our music roster, we've got a really big team, and we should go tell our friends about it. Our government is proud to take care of our recording artists. We have no reason to be sorry for our dominance of the music charts and look forward to more success in 2017.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the selling of sealskins has been an important economic driver for remote Inuit communities for hundreds of years. Through media campaigns and false information, activists have destroyed the international market for sealskins, dealing a crippling blow to those communities, which already face the highest rates for poverty and unemployment in the country. The European Union's 2008 ban on sealskin products was extremely damaging. So I asked the Prime Minister, when he addresses the European Parliament next week, will he demand that they drop the ban and stand up for Inuit communities?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question because we too share his support for the Canadian sealing industry, for the Inuit communities, for fishers from all parts of the country who in fact have benefited from a sustainable and appropriate harvest of seals. Mr. Speaker, we think that Canadian seal products are amongst the best in the world. It's a humane hunt that's conducted in many parts of the country and has been for decades, and we will always tell the world about the importance of a sustainable seal hunt, and I thank that member for an opportunity to remind the House of our support for the seal hunt.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Yassine Habert was supposed to travel to Boston for a tournament with the Sherbrooke University sports team. After having been interrogated for 6 hours about his religion and the Moroccan origin of his parents, he was turned away at the border. When he meets with Donald Trump on Monday, what will the Prime Minister do to ensure that Quebecers are not treated like second-class citizens just because they're called Yassine? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I share the concern of the member opposite. Let me assure the member opposite that we will work to ensure that all Canadians receive fair and proper treatment. I would encourage any member of this House, if there is an incident that they become aware of that causes them concern, to bring it to our attention. Obviously, a number of these issues are emergent. We will take a look at this situation. We'll be happy to get back to the member, and again, I appreciate him bringing it to our attention.
Honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what the Prime Minister is going to do. Nothing. When he visits Washington, AgriPure fears that our dairy producers will be used as a bargaining chip in trade negotiations with Mr. Trump. And rightfully so. For over a year, the government has done nothing in terms of the United States, and its strategy to defend us is nothing and nothing. Dye-filtered milk, nothing. Softwood lumber, nothing. Mr. Speaker, will the government confirm that it is going to continue that it's done since the very beginning to defend us? That is nothing. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to defend our farmers, our producers, and their families, of course. This government will always protect the interests of Canadians and Quebecers, their jobs, and our products. We will staunchly defend our national economic interests, and we will continue to advocate Canadian values. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Opontigny. Mr. Speaker, right now, democracy is on trial in Spain. Artur Mas, the former president of Catalonia, is liable to 10 years of a ban from the public service for having launched a consultation on independence, and the Speaker of the House, Carme Forcadell, for having allowed the vote to be held in the House on this issue. They are guilty for having encouraged debate. Will the federal government remind the Spanish government that all peoples, including the Catalan people, have a right to self-government, and that it is unacceptable that democracy should be on trial in terms of Catalonian independence? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. As in all situations, the department officials are in contact with our counterparts in other areas of the world. This government remains firm in our position that human rights must be promoted and protected across the world, and we do so in all our conversations with our international counterparts. Thank you.
Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. The Climate Change Accord was signed this past December by Nunavut's Premier Peter Taptuna. As a territory, Nunavut relies heavily on carbon-fueled air transportation and is 100% reliant on diesel energy. In addition, it's no secret that Nunavut has the highest cost of living, unemployment, and poverty in the country. In recognition of Nunavut's unique circumstances, will the Minister ensure that carbon pricing will not increase the cost of living for Nunavut and work with the territory to ensure cost neutrality? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
I'd like to thank the member from Nunavut for his question and for his advocacy on the behalf of Nunavut. The Prime Minister was in Iqaluit this week. Our government is very committed to working with the government of Nunavut to ensure that we tackle climate change. In no place are we seeing greater impact of climate change than in the north, where hunters are falling through the ice because they can no longer tell the thickness. We need to be doing more. We are committed to working with the government on pricing pollution to ensure that that all revenues are returned to the government of Nunavut and that we design a solution that works for the people of the north. Thank you.
Before we conclude question period for today, I would just like to bring to the attention of all honourable members a reminder, in fact, of the conventions that we use in the House pertaining to directing members' questions, comments, and/or remarks to the chair. This is a long-established convention that we use in the House, and it avoids honourable members getting to the point of expressing their comments in the second person. That is to say, to use the word you and directing comments directly across the aisle. This helps, in fact, to keep the comportment of the chamber on track and to lessen, let's say, that there is enough controversy at times that we don't need to use those extra measures to provoke disorder in the House. Now, I have a notice of a point of order from the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to rise in the House and offer an apology. During my question to the Minister on Human Trafficking, my iPad was in front that had an I support the oil sands sticker, and it was not meant as a prop, and I apologize for the House and would ask for that consideration. Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his notice to the House in that regard, and certainly to the benefit of all other members that props, of course, are prohibited in the House for that purpose. And we'll go to tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, déclaration des ministres, reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Kenora.
It's pursuant to standing order that I'm here. Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian section of Parliamerica's respecting its participation at the 41st Board of Directors meeting and at the 13th Plenary Assembly of Parliamerica's held in Mexico City, Mexico from December 5th to 7th, 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de report de committee. L'honorable député Cumberland Colchester.
It's my honour and pleasure to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all members of the Health Committee who worked diligently to get this through in an appropriate time. And although we had some philosophical differences, everybody appreciated the sense of urgency and helped get the bill through. So I want to thank all members from all parties for their cooperation on this bill. We think this bill will save lives, and we thank all members very much. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to present a petition today signed by dozens of constituents and people right across Canada. In the petition, those signing recognize that only 26% of the seats in the House of Commons are held by women, and that we're 64th in the world when it comes to electing women to our Parliament. Last year, the government joined with the Conservatives to vote down my private member's bill that would incentivize political parties to run more women in Parliament. But I did notice with hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Electoral Reform Committee did also recommend that these kind of measures be brought in. So the petitioners are asking that the government move ahead with these petitions and prove that they're not fake feminists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, if a supplementary response to question 648, originally tabled on January the 30th, 2017, could be made into an order for return, that return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, and furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand, please.
Is that also agreed? Agreed? Yes? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du...
Government orders. Resuming debate of third reading of Bill C-31, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for South Okanagan West Kootenay. The NDP is pleased to support the Canada-Ukraine agreement because it's actually about trade. Canada currently runs a modest trade surplus with the Ukraine, and we see a real potential for this deal by removing tariffs to build upon that trade relationship, to actually create jobs in Canada, to make a contribution to the economy of the Ukraine as well. So this is exactly the kind of agreement that the NDP is happy to support. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we're opposed to the agreement between Canada and the European Union. With the European Union, Canada currently runs a massive trade deficit, which would likely be enlarged by the agreement, which would be a detraction from our economy and from employment in our country. That trade deficit is even larger if we assume that the United Kingdom is going to be removed from the agreement as a result of Brexit. So there's a real contrast between these two agreements in terms of the trade relationships that exist and that the agreements would likely amplify. But an even bigger distinction, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the non-trade aspects of the Canada-Europe deal. The Canada-Europe agreement would extend the duration of pharmaceutical patents, which would drive up the price of prescription drugs for provincial healthcare systems as well as for individual Canadians. We're very pleased to note that those provisions are not present in the Canada-Ukraine deal, which gives us comfort in supporting it. We also note that the Canada-Europe agreement includes investor-state provisions, which would empower foreign investors to directly challenge our democratic laws, regulations, and public policies, not in the regular court system, but in a special set of commercial tribunals to which most other sectors of society do not have access. Again, we're very pleased with the fact that the Canada-Ukraine agreement does not include these pernicious investor-state provisions. And again, this makes us quite comfortable in supporting it. Now, before question period, I asked the member for Calgary-Nose Hill about why it is that the Conservatives believe it's so important to have investor-state provisions in the Canada-Europe agreement. Given that Canada and Europe both have well-functioning court systems, it's really not obvious to me why we'd need to set up these special tribunals for Canadian investors in Europe or European investors in Canada. And I really didn't get much of an answer to this question from the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. There really wasn't an explanation as to why the Conservatives, or the Liberal government for that matter, feels that it's important to have investor-state provisions in the Canada-Europe deal. But the member for Calgary-Nose Hill, in response, did sort of suggest that the NDP not reflexively supporting anything and everything called a free trade agreement somehow put us in the same camp as the Trump administration, and really challenged me to explain our positions on trade vis-a-vis those of President Trump. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to address that head on. So Mr. Trump has identified several real problems that exist with American trade. He's called attention to the problem of Chinese steel produced in violation of internationally recognized environmental and labor standards being dumped into the U.S. market to the detriment of the American steel industry and American steel workers. And, Mr. Speaker, we have exactly the same problem here in Canada with Chinese steel being dumped into our market. And my sense is that we really need to work with the United States, and indeed with the Trump administration, to formulate a North American solution to this problem. Because if we don't do that, if the United States acts alone against Chinese steel dumping, a lot of that steel is going to be diverted into the Canadian market, which is going to hurt our industry and our steel workers even more. Worse yet, if Canada allows itself to be a conduit for dumped Chinese steel, we could make ourselves a target for American trade retaliation, which would be disastrous, given that our steel industries are quite integrated across the Canada-US border, and given that steel trade is quite large and balanced between our two countries. So as someone who serves on the All-Party Steel Caucus, I'm going to be trying to work towards a North American solution to the problem of Chinese steel dumping, rather than running the risk of Canada falling victim to the Trump administration's efforts to address this quite real and serious problem. Now, on the topic of steel dumping, this is an issue with the Ukraine as well. The Ukraine has quite a significant steel industry, but unfortunately it does not have the kind of labor and environmental standards that all countries should respect. And so there is a problem with the dumping of Ukrainian steel as well. Just a few months ago, the Canadian International Trade Tribunal actually renewed anti-dumping duties on Ukrainian steel in recognition that the problem persists. So this is an issue that actually gives me some pause with the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. However, I am still confident in supporting it because this deal, importantly, allows Canada to continue with trade remedy policies. This agreement does not impair our ability to apply anti-dumping and countervailing duties when necessary against Ukrainian steel. So I think this agreement safeguards our industry and allows the Canadian government to continue to offset unfair competitive advantages achieved in the Ukraine by violating internationally recognized labor and environmental standards. So that's quite an important thing. Now, on this kind of topic of dealing with the Trump administration's trade policy, in a much broader way, Trump has suggested renegotiating NAFTA. And this is clearly a threat to Canada in some ways, but it's also an opportunity because, Mr. Speaker, I would note that there are aspects of NAFTA that are problematic, that don't work well for Canada, and that we should seek to fix in any potential renegotiation. So I spoke earlier in my speech about investor-state provisions and the problems created when you empower foreign investors to directly challenge policies that allegedly deprive them of some potential profit. And we've seen a lot of those problems actually play out under NAFTA. We've got the famous Abitibi-Bowater case, where that company shut down its last pulp and paper mill in Newfoundland and Labrador. In response, the provincial government reclaimed water rights that it had given to Abitibi-Bowater to operate those mills with, and the company turned around and sued Canada under NAFTA for the loss of those water rights, even though it wasn't using them anymore to produce pulp and paper in that province. The former Conservative government ended up paying Abitibi-Bowater millions of dollars to sort of settle that. So clearly investor state provisions are a problem, and clearly Chapter 11 is a part of NAFTA that isn't working. So I think very high on the Canadian agenda in any renegotiation of NAFTA needs to be to remove Chapter 11. We've also had a lot of debates in this House, Mr. Speaker, about pipelines, about trying to, be able to export Canadian resources to different markets. Well, NAFTA actually restricts that through the proportionality clause. It actually locks Canada in to making a certain proportion of our energy resources, not just oil and gas, but also electricity, available to the United States. So removing the proportionality clause from NAFTA is another thing that Canada needs to be pushing for in our negotiations with the Trump administration. Now, I think that a lot of Canadians are kind of fearful of this whole idea of renegotiation NAFTA, because there's a sense that if it doesn't work out, if Trump tears up NAFTA, then we won't have anything. Our whole trade relationship with the United States will be at risk. Mr. Speaker, happily, if we got into that eventuality, we still have the original Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, which is actually a deal much more similar to the agreement we're currently debating with the Ukraine. It's an agreement that removes tariffs. It's an agreement that gives us tariff-free access to the U.S. market without including these pernicious investor-state provisions. So given, Mr. Speaker, that we can fall back on the original Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, I believe that Canada should be quite bold and should push quite hard in renegotiating NAFTA to fix it and remove those elements we don't like, because, as I say, the alternative is actually something much better. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I support this legislation because I do believe that it is healthy both for Ukraine and Canada. I was so pleased when I heard the President of Ukraine come to this beautiful chamber. And part of the speech that he delivered, he talked about wanting to build a stronger, healthier relationship, or to build upon our relationship between our two countries. And in that speech, he made reference to the idea of a trade agreement. So I think for many reasons, one could be very proud of the fact that we have this legislation before us today. And I think at the end of the day, Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and all Canadians, in fact, will be quite pleased with the passage of this bill. My question to the member, I must say, is just for that clarification. He's trying to justify why it is that he's voting yes for this, but no for the European trade agreement. But I would remind the member that the NDP have voted no on other trade agreements that didn't have what it is that he was referencing in terms of the ability to be able to sue. Yet the NDP have voted against them also. I'm going to take it at face value. And the face value is that the reason why the Democrats are voting for this is much in the same way that I just finished indicating. And I would ask the member, would he not agree with that, at least in good part?
Member for Regina Leuven.
Well, I thank the member for Winnipeg North for his question, and I would note that the NDP has said very clearly and consistently for a long time that we object to these investor-state provisions in trade agreements. And when we've been presented with trade agreements that do not include those provisions, we're much more likely to be able to support them. Now, of course, there's other provisions in trade agreements that we would also look at and that would also affect our decision. But I think the key difference in this House is that whereas the Liberals and the Conservatives will just automatically and reflexively support anything that's called a free trade agreement without actually weighing out the pros and cons, how it affects different sectors, what other elements it includes, the NDP takes a very cautious case-by-case approach. We try to evaluate the specific provisions of the agreement. We try to look at how it's going to affect different parts of our economy, and we make the decision that way. And I think that's actually how the middle-class Canadians that the member references would want our government to consider trade agreements. So that's the approach that we've taken in this case, and based on those type of careful deliberations, we're pleased to support the Canada-Ukraine agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to Bill C-31 today, the legislation that implements the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And as you may have heard, the NDP supports this bill, and I will be speaking in favour of it. You know, first of all, I and the rest of my colleagues are very much in favour of strengthening Canada's trading relationships with the rest of the world. We in Canada are a trading nation. And secondly, as other speakers have mentioned here today, Canada and Ukraine have a long-standing friendship, and it is in both countries' interest to promote the peaceful ways to maintain that important relationship. And thirdly, this agreement will benefit Canadian exporters without negatively impacting important Canadian values such as labour rights and environmental protection. So getting back to some general comments on trade, we in the NDP are very much in favour of trade agreements with other countries, as I mentioned and as my colleague from Regina Louvain just said. We have supported 2 of the 3 bills on trade agreements that have been brought before this Parliament. And we support agreements that actually benefit Canadian workers and the general public, as opposed to CETA, which the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement with the European Union. It had the investor-state provisions that was just mentioned. It was going to raise the cost of pharmaceutical products in Canada. You know, these are things that would not benefit Canadians in general. And I'm happy to say that Bill C-31, the government actually respected the usual practice of tabling this bill 21 days after signing the agreement, signing the treaty, so that parties could have some time to evaluate it, unlike what they did with CETA, when they tabled the bill more or less at the same time as they signed the treaty. So this bill will eliminate tariffs on 86% of Canadian exports to Ukraine and eliminate almost all tariffs on Ukrainian exports to Canada. So many Canadian exporters, including those trading in steel, machinery, a lot of agricultural products such as beef and pork, canola, fish, these are all products that Canada excels at producing and trades extensively in. They will all benefit from the elimination of these tariffs. We're happy to support this agreement because it has a strong labour chapter with comprehensive and enforceable provisions. This could really improve labour standards in the Ukraine. And the NDP obviously likes trade agreements that improve labour standards around the world and generally opposes those that bring labour standards down to the lowest common denominator. As an ecologist, I'm pleased to also see that this agreement has a strong environment chapter with commitments to not lower levels of protection. Again, we don't want to join the rest of the world and move things down to the lowest common denominator. We want to bring the standards around the world up to our standards here in Canada. And I and many others have been disappointed with several of the major agreements Canada has signed with other countries that have investor-state dispute mechanisms, such as CETA, which I just mentioned, TPP, which has not come before us but has been debated here, that have these dispute mechanisms that allow foreign corporations to sue Canadian governments, the federal government, provincial governments, municipal governments, when they bring in legislation to help protect our environment or our social values. Canadians are tired of hearing news stories about legal actions that cost Canadians hundreds of millions of dollars because we've chosen to protect our clean air and water. Canadians are also in favor of provisions that protect some level of local procurement. And my colleague from Kootenay, Columbia mentioned this. When you're a mayor or council, you like to buy local. You like to promote local businesses. So it's heartening to see that open access to municipal procurements and school board procurements are not part of this agreement. I mentioned earlier about Canada's long friendship and close ties with Ukraine. There are 1.3 million Ukrainian Canadians living in this country, and Canada was the first Western country to recognize the independence of Ukraine in 1991. This agreement offers an opportunity to strengthen that relationship. As we all know, the Ukraine is suffering tumultuous times, facing Russian aggression on its borders. When the crisis developed in 2014, the NDP firmly supported the Ukraine and called on the federal government for more financial aid for Ukraine and stronger sanctions on Russia. This agreement sends an important signal to the world and to Ukraine and Russia in particular that Canada supports the Ukraine and seeks to promote peace and prosperity in the region. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just conclude with a quote from Zenon Potozny, the president of the Canada-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce, who said, "This agreement will create additional jobs for citizens in both countries and lay new foundations for trade, growth, and investment. It also sends a very powerful message to the rest of the world that Ukraine is open for business and Canada again lends a supportive hand to Ukraine." Thank you.
Exactly. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. And I know that when we talk about trade agreements, it seems everyone today is behind this particular trade agreement with the Ukraine. And we turn our attention to other trade agreements. We've heard comments about some of the ones that have come before the House that the member has not liked quite as well. I wonder if he has any comments about upcoming NAFTA renegotiations and what he would like to see happen out of that.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I think, again, one of the obvious things that myself and the rest of my colleagues here in the NDP would like to see if NAFTA is opened for renegotiation is the elimination of those Section 11, Chapter 11 investor-state dispute mechanisms that, you see these news reports of California companies suing Canada or a province for hundreds of millions of dollars because we've chosen to protect our export of water. Things like that really affect Canadians, and this is what we don't like to see in these free trade agreements. We're all about trade, but we like to be able to protect our environment, and when we do that, we want to protect ourselves from, really flagrant litigation by foreign companies against our governments. And this is not only the federal government, but provincial governments, cities and towns can be sued. And so that's what we'd like, one of the main things we'd like to see changed in NAFTA.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'm just wondering if he could speak to the conditions in the Ukraine in terms of, as we all support this trade agreement, is how we can help with the Ukrainian refugee issue.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, again, thanks for the question. As I say, Canada and Ukraine have this long-standing relationship. We want to protect Ukraine. We want to see it prosper and return to a peaceful state. There are many issues both in and around the Ukraine, especially the Russian aggression on its borders. And I think through mechanisms such as this, where we can provide some assistance to Ukraine, both financial assistance and also helping Ukraine really grow its economy, get the conditions within the country back to a stable level. That's how we will help protect Ukraine. And it is a very complex, difficult situation, but I think this agreement is one of the things we can do to help in our way to bring peace and stability to that region.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask through you, my colleague, if he can talk more about the environmental benefits of this trade agreement and also what is at risk when the Government of Canada does sign trade deals where investor dispute resolution mechanisms are included that encourage lawsuits against Canada when our environmental standards are higher than the countries with whom we sign trade agreements.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, the main, without going into any details, the main provision in this trade agreement is that in the environmental protections, the environmental standards, there's an agreement, a commitment to not lower those standards. So we will maintain the standards where they are now instead of moving down, as I say, to the lowest common denominator. And that's the kind of thing we need to see in trade agreements whenever we sign them to other countries. We want the other countries to at least maintain our commitments to environmental protection.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to mention that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member from Beauport-les-Maloux. Yakuyu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are debating Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. And what I can say, Mr. Speaker, well, it is about time. This is something our previous Conservative government worked hard to successfully negotiate on July 14th, 2015. No government has done more to support Ukraine during its crisis than the previous Conservative government. We were the first G7 country to visit Ukraine following the beginning of the crisis and ensured the relationship continued to grow and to prosper. And Mr. Speaker, I was very proud and happy to accompany former Prime Minister Harper on this visit to see firsthand the Maidan for myself, to see the area where those brave souls lost their life. It really cemented the need to continue our friendship and leadership with Ukraine in the world. Now, because of the enormous security and economic challenges still facing the Ukrainian people today, Canada must remain a trusted partner during their time of need. And Mr. Speaker, you know I come from Oshawa, and again, I am extremely proud of Mr. Harper and to have been part of a government because I know the impact Ukrainian Canadians have had on the development of Oshawa and our great nation. This is profoundly evident in my home community, where Ukrainian Canadians have made immeasurable contributions to the vibrancy of my community. Over the years, they have built several community halls in Oshawa, like Dnipro, Lviv, and Odessa. These are places, Mr. Speaker, where weddings, birthdays, and anniversaries are celebrated with all members of our community. These gathering places play an important role in Oshawa's annual Fiesta Week, for example. This is one of the largest multicultural festivals in Canada, and we have it right in Oshawa. And these places experience the Ukrainian culture, dance, and of course, their food. There's also St. George the Great Martyr, Ukrainian Catholic Church. And in fact, if any of my colleagues are around this weekend, you can drop in by Lviv for St. George's annual trivia night this Saturday, February 11th at 6:30 in the evening. Mr. Speaker, when the crisis and aggression began, I was proud to work with the Ukrainian leaders in my community, and I was proud to work with my colleague, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, on the Oshawa United for Ukraine fundraiser at Lviv just a few years ago, where we were able to announce legal aid services for the most vulnerable in Ukraine. I want to thank the community organizers, people like Walter Kish, who from the Durham Ukrainian Congress, and volunteers like Daria, Darka, and Darlene. Oshawa has such a proud Ukrainian history, Mr. Speaker. We were home to the first Ukrainian-Canadian cabinet minister, Michael Starr, who also served as Oshawa's mayor. MP Starr is remembered by many for his efforts to make the National Employment Service more humane in its approach to the unemployed, extending unemployment insurance benefits to women and to seasonal workers, Mr. Speaker. There are many other amazing Ukrainian-Canadian families in my riding. Take, for example, the Lysyk family. They came from Ukraine and now are some of the most prominent landlords, dentists, chiropractors, and business owners in my community. They have truly worked to build Oshawa into the great city it is today. And as I mentioned, someone like Walter Kish, who works tirelessly to build the Ukrainian-Canadian community and create direct links with Ukraine. Whether it's serving on the board of the national or local branch of Ukrainian-Canadian Congress or working to expand the Ukrainian Credit Union, Walter's always working for his community. And Mr. Speaker, we can't forget community leaders like Carol Suchik, who, thanks to her and her great efforts, it was to raise awareness of the Holodomor and what happened in the past. Mr. Speaker, Canada truly has a great partnership and friendship with Ukraine. And that's why it's so important, Mr. Speaker, that all parties are in support of this agreement. It will not only continue to improve our relationship and show our continued support for Ukraine, especially at this time, but will have many economic and social benefits for both our countries. This agreement will not only strengthen the Canada-Ukraine partnership in peace and prosperity, but it will immediately eliminate duties on 99.9% of respected current imports when this agreement comes into force in Canada. This will also allow Ukraine to eliminate approximately 86% of tariffs on Canadian goods, including industrial products, fish and seafood, and agricultural goods. In 2011 to 2015, the total bilateral merchandise trade between Canada and Ukraine averaged $289 million per year and is expected to expand 19% as a result of this agreement. Canada's GDP would increase $29.2 million under the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Similarly, Ukraine's GDP would expand $18.6 million. Our exports to Ukraine would increase $41.2 million, which would include gains in things like pork, machinery and equipment, transport equipment, other manufactured goods, motor vehicles and parts, and chemical products. Mr. Speaker, under our previous Conservative government, we were also able to export $35.5 million worth in agriculture and agri-food and seafood products to Ukraine. As I said, Mr. Speaker, this agreement has substantial economic benefits for both Canada and Ukraine. The Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will have numerous benefits, including preferential market access for Canadian exports, increased visibility for other commercial opportunities. It will also facilitate enhanced cooperation, improve Canada's ability to resolve trade irritants, increase transparency in regulatory matters, and help to reduce transaction costs for businesses. This agreement also commits both Canada and Ukraine to respect and promote international recognized labor rights and principles. Mr. Speaker, this agreement is the fruition of our previous Conservative government hard work. On July 14, 2015, Prime Minister Harper and Ukrainian Prime Minister Anasy Yatsenyuk announced the successful conclusion of negotiations on the CUFTA. This agreement reiterated the commitment of jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, key pillars of our economic action plan. Our party's pro-free trade plan aims to diversify trade and enable companies to benefit from new opportunities abroad. Mr. Speaker, it also gives us the opportunity by having this agreement in place for future businesses. I know in my community of Oshawa, there are very, very many people in the energy business. We've had great leaders in the nuclear business. Ukraine and Canada also share vast resources, whether that's through natural gas, oil. These technologies, I think in the future, we have a great opportunity to have human resources go from one country to the other and learn and promote the peaceful energy trade throughout the world. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have been part of a government that worked hard to promote free trade in our country, proud to be part of a party that believed in the importance of a strong relationship with Ukraine, both economically and socially. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to support this agreement, an agreement that our previous Conservative government ensured would bring prosperity and growth to both Canada and Ukraine. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to thank you, merci beaucoup, and yakuyu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to speak on this very important matter before the House. Bill C-31 is an act to implement the free trade deal with Ukraine, and certainly Canada is very blessed to have such strong trade deals with many of our international colleagues around the world, and certainly this is no exception to the matter. I'm very proud to be part of a party, the Conservative Party, which over the past 10 years that we were in office signed many trade deals with bilateral trade deals, but also international trade deals, such as with multilateral deals, such as with the European Union, which we were very pleased to see pass report stage earlier this week, and we look forward to seeing this important bill progress to third reading next week. I was also very pleased to be part of a party whose government negotiated the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which I must say, Mr. Speaker, is a true testament to the hard work of our friend and colleague, the honourable member from Abbotsford, who certainly spent many years as our international trade minister negotiating these important deals on our behalf, and certainly we wish that member well as he recovers, and very proud to serve in a caucus with the member from Abbotsford. But the issue at hand today is Bill C-31, the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. And I think this is an important deal because it further strengthens our relations in the important region. Our party and our government has always been a true friend to Ukraine. We've always stood for Ukraine in the international world. And in fact, it was a Conservative Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, who was the first to recognize the Ukrainian government after the breakup of the USSR and the Soviet Union. So certainly, our country is well remembered in Ukraine, and our colleagues around in this party have certainly done great work in negotiating the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. Certainly, this has the opportunity to open up new markets for Canadian manufacturers, Canadian producers, and certainly the agricultural community as a whole. I'm very proud to be a representative for the great riding of Perth Wellington, which has one of the strongest agricultural communities in this country. We have strong beef and pork sector in our riding. Markets that we're always looking for, expanding markets for these two important issues. And so I'm proud to stand and speak on behalf of this the farmers in my riding who are really working hard to expand the markets. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to leave it there. I just wanted to stand and speak about how important this trade deal is for Canadian farmers, Canadian business people, and our exporters, and hope that we'll continue to expand our markets and that we can support Bill C-31. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire? The honourable resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I would also like to participate in this debate to speak to you about Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. I would like to digress a little bit, just to talk about the history of humanity. It'll be short, though. I'm talking about what humanity thinks about free trade in general, and about trade, really. I have Larousse dictionary here. It's a French dictionary that is well known by the international community that says trade is an interaction between two people, and it is the fact of interacting or trading. And that is a first notion that I find interesting with regard to free trade. So regardless of what era we live in, when two individuals meet and decide to interact, to exchange something, they exchange one thing for another, and already that is trade. That's an exchange. So I went back to the Larousse to find out what free trade is. And the definition in French is that it's a theory, an economic doctrine that advocates that any obstacle to trade is bad for the international community. It also says that the doctrine of free trade was formulated in the 17th century. It can be found under the doctrines of Adam Smith and John Stuart Mill, where it is set out with in a great deal more detail. We're talking about free trade between nations that is based on the division of work that specializes each people in the production of needs of goods that are most needed. And this theory underlines the positive effects of competition that allows consumers to enjoy products of better quality at a lower price. That is the definition of free trade. The economic theorists apply this concept more to what has to do with in the context of international relations, but I would like to apply the concept of free trade to any form of boundless exchange or trade, whether it be national, international, individual. And you'll understand my logic, Mr. Speaker. I'm getting to the point. So I ask myself, what has humanity been doing for thousands and thousands of years? Well, it's been trading freely among all citizens. If we go back to the Neolithic era, for example, it seems to me that any caveman who met up with another caveman could determine that they were going to trade products among themselves. Isn't that right? And so it seems to me that there was also, in this perspective of spontaneous trade between tribes or individuals, there was also the implementation of a certain form of expertise. Like our philosophers say when they talk about free trade, they talk about the division of work among different country sectors depending on the areas of skill and expertise, but also, Mr. Speaker, depending on the resources they have. Obviously, in Canada, we will never have much expertise in banana groves because we don't have the climate for that. And so it seems to me, once again, that free trade has always taken place. That is my point, is that for millions and millions of years, I'm an evolutionist, and I think that for millions of years, we have been trading freely, well before states were created, well before borders were traced. We have always conducted trade. So all that to say that free trade is not at all a postmodernist concept. And neither is it specific to our era. Now, let's look at protectionism. What is protectionism? Once again, with the Larousse Dictionary, it says that it is a system that protects the economy of a country against foreign competition through tariff measures. And that is exactly what we are fearing right now. For example, perhaps President Trump is thinking of putting in place tariffs and therefore protecting his country in a certain way, engaging in protectionism. Now, once again, there have been protectionists in all eras. The Conservative Party used to be a protectionist era, but it changes with the context, with the historic and political context. And that being said, the Conservative Party, for the past 30 years, we have been the champions of free trade, and that's a good thing in my opinion, because as I have showed you, free trade has always existed from time immemorial. Now, the danger of protectionism is that when it is ruled out in its full potential, to its full degree, then we're talking about markets that are controlled by the state. For example, socialism and communism in their extremes. And I would say that all forms of economic exchange that are not free trade go in a rather dangerous direction because what's the best way of controlling people, of controlling citizens? Trade's been going on for millions of years, as I said. So when kingdoms were created, when borders were set up, then people quickly understood that in order to control the citizens, they needed to control their exchanges, control the trade. And I say that free trade is the very essence of humanity, and therefore that we shouldn't be afraid of it. And instead we should celebrate free trade as a form of absolute freedom, a inherent right of mankind. So to come back to the bill itself, Mr. Speaker, now it's impossible for us to be against a bill that seeks to put in place a free trade agreement between Ukraine and Canada because just a few years ago, under the Conservative government, this country put in place, signed 45 free trade agreements with Peru, with South Korea, with the European Union, and listen, I could go on and on. I can't think of them all. I can't remember them all right now, but also under the Right Honourable Prime Minister Mulroney, we created the greatest free trade platform in history, that is NAFTA, between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. So the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine is very positive for us, not only to show how much we support this great country, which has, of which Kiev is the capital, and Kiev is the cradle of civilization in Russia, and that is why there are such tensions between Russia and Ukraine, which is why we need to support Ukraine. It is an independent country, and that is a good thing. But why is it good for us as well to trade with Ukraine? Now, let's forget international relations. Let's just talk about money. The GDP of Ukraine and its purchasing power are some $339 billion US per year. Now, per capita, there's about their per capita wage is about $7,000 US per year. Now, that's not that great, but I think that us signing this agreement will help out in that regard. They have a population of 45.2 million people. That's 10 million more than here in Canada. And so our respective profiles are rather similar in terms of population. Ukraine's imports and exports are some 80% of GDP at the official exchange rate. So Ukraine exports a great deal, as Canada does, and perhaps that is due to the fact that Ukraine is really a breadbasket, just like Canada is. Ukraine has always grown wheat, oats, and other cereals and grains, and has exported it to the former USSR and other European countries as well. It is Canada's 75th largest trading partner in terms of goods. So of the 193 countries in the world, it is our 75th largest trading partner, but I think they'll probably be being among the 50 largest after this agreement, which once again will be good for increasing the GDP per capita. So that is the profile of Ukraine as compared to Canada. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? The honourable member has another 10 minutes for a speech. Oh, that's great. Okay. Oh, I thought I had 10 minutes total. But no, that's great. I'll continue. So, what will day-to-day business look like under this kind of free trade agreements with Ukraine? The total trade is some $229 million, or rather $289 million between 2014 and 15, and that should increase by 19% once this agreement comes into force.
Once the agreement is implemented, Canada and Ukraine will immediately eliminate tariffs on 99.9% of current imports on both sides, which will certainly benefit exporters and Canadian consumers as well as Ukrainian ones. And this is interesting. Canada's GDP will increase by $29.2 million. That's not an insignificant amount. And similarly, Ukraine's GDP would increase by just over $18 million. Not only from an international relations point of view, but this agreement will ensure that we bring Ukraine into this agreement. Our country has many agreements. Any country that wants to sit to the United Nations wants to be one of Canada's friends. Not only will they be more at ease in terms of international relations and distant relations with Russia, we're not the only ones who are going to increase our GDP. Their GDP is going to increase by $18.6 million. It's just $10 million less than how much ours will increase. And this demonstrates that Canadians are the greatest traders in the world because, once again, this is a treaty that gives us more benefits than to the other party. We're always the winners. That's the reality. Even with NAFTA, we're the ones who won. Exports would increase by approximately $40 million a year. Expected gains for Canada would vary with exports of pork, equipment, and machinery. Pork exports, I have to note that this is fantastic for Quebec. The province of Quebec is the region that is the largest pork exporter, mostly towards China, and obviously it will be possible to export towards Ukraine now as well. Manufactured goods, vehicles, and pieces. I see vehicles. Well, this is going to be good for the auto sector in Ontario, a region that we know that since 2007-2008 has been through some tumultuous times. And there was a significant decrease in manufacturing Canada over the last 5 years. That's one of the things that this treaty is going to do, and I see it here, will increase the number of jobs in the manufacturing sector. We must recall that the Conservative government is the originator of this free trade agreement. What is the Liberal government doing now? It is making official through the legislative process an agreement that was launched, maintained by the Conservative government, as well as the Ukrainian government of the time. I will conclude shortly by saying that, of course, without any doubt, we support the free trade agreement with no reserve. And I will say this Friday that I am proud of this government, which made a good decision when it comes to this free trade agreement. And now it remains to be seen what they are going to do to deal with the superpower south of our border, which has protectionist ambitions. Ambitions which could hurt our economy, Mr. Speaker. But ambitions, if we come back to my philosophical statement at the beginning, ambitions that are in contradiction with the absolute freedom of any being that resides on this amazing planet of ours. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for having allowed me to speak today. And I very much look forward to the next opportunity. Thank you.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I would like to thank my speaker from Beauport-Limoilou for his speech. We see that matters of international trade can be relatively complex, and he was able to establish links between philosophy and practical application. That was quite an accomplishment. Congratulations. Earlier, the member read the definition of free trade. I think it was in the Larousse. Could he tell us, in the dictionary, what word follows free trade? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I'd like to have a brain with such an infallible memory. I'm not sure what comes after free trade. I'm sure that the honourable member, by asking this question, knows exactly what word it is, and I would like to know what it is.
Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for a great speech and talking about the work that we, when we were in government as Conservatives, undertook in regards to free trade and 46 trade agreements and, of course, initiated this one that's before us today. And to have all parties support this is really quite an accomplishment. My question, however, as he was speaking about this, is around the tariffs that are going to be removed on some of the items. And when we look at what's going on south of the border and the reopening of NAFTA, I'm just wondering if he could speak to the impacts for Canada reopening and renegotiating this NAFTA free trade agreement.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
To be aware that the impacts might be numerous, wide-ranging, and certainly scary, if not problematic for our own economy here, for the well-being of all Canadian citizens, and certainly for the residents in my riding. So that's why I call upon this government to not just to try to publicly, seem to be doing some good job, because some of their ministers went there a few days ago, to chat around with the different secretary of the administration. But our Prime Minister should be to try more responsible and confident and stop just, giving us talking points, which is completely pathetic, and just tell us that he will go see the President of America and make sure that all of our interests will be safeguarded. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La Chambre est-elle prête à se...
Is the House ready for the question?
The question is as follows. Mr. Champagne, appuyé par...
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Member HoC, proposes that Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be now read a third time and do pass. Does it please the House to adopt the motion? All those who support the motion, please say yay. All those who are opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Conformément à l'article...
According to Standing Order 45, the recorded vote will be deferred until Monday, February 13th, 2017, at the hour of adjournment.
For Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there has been discussions between the whips, and pursuant to Standing Order 45, subsection 7, I ask that the recorded division on the third reading of Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Ukraine, currently scheduled for Monday, February 13th, be deferred to Tuesday, February 14th at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Thank you.
Accordingly, the recorded division is deferred another day to the Tuesday aforementioned at the conclusion of oral questions. And the honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, on another point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you will find the consent of the House to see the clock at 1:30 so that we may commence with private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 1:30 p.m.? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House, la Chambre aborde maintenant l'étude des affaires.
The House will now move on to private members' business, according to the order indicated in the projected order of business.
Second reading of Bill C-323, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, rehabilitation of historic property, in the name of Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mrs. Watts, moves that Bill C-323, an act to amend the income tax, rehabilitation of historic property, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
As one walks the streets of London, the quartiers of Paris, the piazzas of Rome, one stands in awe. The buildings speak to us of great artists and philosophers who lived within, of revolutions staged there that changed the world, of the growth and advance of societies and cultures that those buildings mark. We look at that built heritage in those great cities not just for its own intrinsic beauty, but because those buildings tell stories of people, of history, of that place, and of who we are. We may be living in the here and now, but the built heritage informs us of the many twists and turns of humanity that brought us here. Built heritage matters. It's important. It tells us who we are and why. It's no surprise then that the great places of the world are defined by their built heritage, and that is what people come to see. It informs and it inspires. It is the same in Canada. As we well know, debating this bill seeking to protect Canada's built heritage while we are inside Canada's most iconic building. We, more than most, can appreciate the meaning that the very special sense of this place gives to the tremendous honour we have in serving in the House of Commons. Our built heritage here, all around us, reminds us of our past. Our founding fathers of Confederation, the Inuit and Aboriginal peoples who first made this home, the trappers, the railways, the industries, the farmers and labourers who built the economy. All those are literally carved into this building. The stone and the wood, too, speak to our lands and our forests. We have all around us a tangible example of why preserving our built heritage matters. This bill, C-323, seeks to preserve and protect our country's important historic built form by encouraging its restoration. The bill does this through two simple devices. One is a 20% tax credit for spending on the restoration of historic buildings. The second element is an accelerated 3-year capital cost write-off for the rest of the restoration cost. The policy rationale behind the bill is simple. There is a strong public interest in encouraging the preservation and restoration of significant historic buildings. But the cost to individual owners is much higher than the alternative of demolition and new construction. When we ask private owners to preserve historic buildings through heritage designation, we are asking them to deliver an important public benefit. But we are asking those private citizens to bear the full high cost of delivering this, something from which we all benefit. Through the tax credit and the accelerated write-off, we are proposing to provide a modest measure to offset some of the privately borne costs of restoring important buildings in our communities. Too often, the economic burden creates an incentive to demolish. We just witnessed that with last month's demolition of the 110-year-old Beaux-Arts Bank of Montreal building at Yonge and Roselawn in Toronto. Although plans had been designed to incorporate restoration of the heritage building into a new development, at the end of the day, the owners chose to demolish instead, resulting in much unhappiness in the surrounding community. This bill will help to change those calculations and give property owners a reason to do what is right, not just for their interests, but in the community's interest. And this is not a partisan initiative. Indeed, it crosses party lines. I want to thank the Liberal members from Cloverdale, Langley City, and from Kingston and the Islands for their help with this proposal. The bill is based upon a policy initiative that was under development under both Conservative and Liberal governments. It relies upon work done within Parks Canada in anticipation of such a tax credit proposal, including the development of the National Register of Historic Places. I appeal to all members of the House to consider this bill in that nonpartisan spirit, as a genuine effort we can all support to make our communities better places to live. It's important to observe that the reach of this tax credit is managed. Not every old building in Canada will be eligible. Only buildings on the National Register of Historic Sites will qualify. These are generally the most important of the buildings that receive heritage designation under provincial or territorial law. The bill also gives the Minister the power to extend the credit to all heritage-designated building properties in a province or territory, but that is a decision that will belong to the Minister. This protection ensures that the cost to the public purse of the credit will remain manageable, and it will prevent any abuse aimed at taking inappropriate advantage of the new tax credit. The bill also ensures that the taxpayer's exposure is controlled in another way. Only costs directly related to restoration of the heritage features will be eligible. A professional licensed architect will have to certify both those costs and that the work is done in accordance with the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, a document prepared by Parks Canada in anticipation of exactly an initiative like this bill. The structure of how the credit works also eliminates the need to create any new bureaucracy to manage the program, further minimizing any costs to the public purse. In fact, the annual impact on federal finances of this program applied to historic properties all across Canada will still be but a tiny fraction of the $3 billion cost of the restoration of the Parliament buildings currently underway. The support for this bill is strong. The National Trust for Canada, a national nonprofit organization committed to working to save historic places in Canada, has urged support for this bill. Quote, in the 30 years between 1970 and 2000, Canada lost more than 20% of its historic building stock, and losses continue apace. Bill C-323 would transform the economic fundamentals for renewing historic places, with spin-off effects including the creation of more skilled jobs and less environmental impact and waste than new construction. The Royal Architectural Institute of Canada supports the bill and notes that, quote, policies that promote preservation and reuse of historic properties have demonstrated huge economic returns on investment through job retention and creation, tourism, and enhanced property values. Heritage Winnipeg notes the similarity of this bill to the Heritage Restoration Tax Credit south of the border, which they call a great U.S. success story with a 40-year track record. Bill C-323 presents an historic opportunity, they note. Montreal Mosaic, a partnership of nonprofit community organizations, calls for support of the bill based on its economic, environmental, and historic benefits. Heritage BC says this is something the heritage community has wanted for a long time. Quote, it's consistent with our goals to preserve cultural heritage. It seeks to do this by creating an incentive to rehabilitate heritage buildings rather than to replace them. And right here in this city, Heritage Ottawa says that it strongly supports Bill C-323. All across the country, municipal councils, the folks who are on the front lines of balancing private property rights against the public interest in preserving built heritage, who have to struggle with those very difficult decisions, one after another, those municipal councils are passing resolutions endorsing this bill. When we think of the places we love to visit around the world, built heritage figures prominently. From the French Quarter in New Orleans to the Great Wall of China, from the Taj Mahal in India to the castles of Prague. The same is true in Canada. From the Grande Allée in Quebec City to Stephen Avenue in Calgary, from Peaks Wharf in Charlottetown to the Distillery District in Toronto, we are drawn to these beautiful, story-filled places, and it is their historic buildings that define them. They become the places people go to visit, to learn, to shop, and to dine. This demonstrates that we value and enjoy the historical buildings and the environment they create. It's where we want to be. And of course, this bill has the potential to aid the restoration of our historic buildings, not just in our big cities. It can lead to the rescue and restoration of important elements of Canada's built heritage in all parts of our country, in rural hamlets and small towns, and occasionally even places in our wilderness. Our history can come to life everywhere. In Canada, however, we have been the victim of twin arguments that lead people to undervalue our history and our built heritage. First is the traditional student's lament that Canadian history is boring. In fact, nothing could be farther from the truth. Certainly, our body count falls far short of that of the old world, and we lack the marketing hype of the history of our American neighbours. But Canada's stories are more intriguing than most, drawing in strands from the European and the U.S. experience as inputs into the history we have made in building this unique and wonderful country, more near to perfect than any other, I would argue. Indeed, most of those who have grown to know and love our country's history have traveled that path guided by heritage buildings that were the gateways to the stories of the past. Think of them, the tower on Signal Hill, looking out over the Atlantic Ocean, that was the place so many explorers came as they opened up this continent. Province House in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, the cradle of our Confederation. You think of the Citadel in Quebec and the old walls of Quebec City that stood witness to the battle on the Plains of Abraham that changed our destiny here in the North American continent. And of course, in Halifax, Pier 21, which welcomed so many that came to build this country. There's the old Port of Montreal that spoke to the burgeoning growth of a Canadian economy. There's Fort George in Niagara-on-the-Lake that bore witness to the battles of the War of 1812 that determined our destiny as a separate people here on the North American continent, different from our neighbours to the south. One can go to the railway station of Winnipeg and others across the country and learn that and understand that tremendous role that railways played in the binding together and building of this country and the growth of our economies, both rural and urban. And when one goes to the Pallister Hotel in Calgary, one sees the dynamism of that city and the promise it held for the future. And of course, the old Hotel Vancouver and so many other buildings there speak to the tremendous other side of Canada's history. But again, built form is the core of it all. Indeed, built form tells us who we are and where we came from, and that is what inspires those who love history. Now, the other argument is that we are a young country and thus lack history and any built heritage worthy of preservation. Well, never mind the list I gave, that certainly isn't true, but with 4 centuries of history comes 400 years of built heritage, and we've had none of it wiped out in the carpet bombing of a world war, as has happened in other places. Canada is filled with built heritage treasures, but we do keep losing them. For example, Toronto has seen other losses recently, including the demolition of the iconic Stollery's building frontage at Yonge and Bloor. Incidentally, once the menswear business owned by a former member of this House for Spadina riding. The beautiful Empress Hotel at the corner of Yonge and Gould was also recently lost. The great architect and author Eric Arthur, in his 1964 book, Toronto, No Mean City, lamented, quote, "In the march of progress, we have ruthlessly destroyed almost all our older architecture," unquote. His books documented beautiful treasures of buildings that were lost to the wrecker's ball. One can only wistfully dream of what character that city would exude had just some of those jewels survived. And as he said, quote, "Surely no city in the world with a background of 300 years does so little to make the background known." While the generations that preceded us have allowed much of our story to be lost, with this bill, we have the opportunity to bestow a gift to future generations. That is the gift of seeing, knowing, and understanding where they came from, the roots of their communities as reflected in a preserved and restored built heritage. As we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation, Bill C-323 presents us with an opportunity to make Canada's history, in the form of its built heritage, an enduring legacy to benefit Canadians for years to come. It's a fitting year to adopt this policy, which is perhaps long overdue, but which will deliver lasting benefits for generations to come. The 150th anniversary of Confederation is indeed an opportunity for us to focus both on that past, but how we can tie that past to the future, to the generations to come, how we can make that meaning of all that Canada is meaningful forever. And preserving our built heritage is a big part of that. I have two other private members' bills, Mr. Speaker. I selected to proceed with this one, but I refer to two others. I've got several others, but two others that dealt with specifically Canada's built heritage. Other important historical buildings that are at some risk. One is the birthplace of John Diefenbaker, a place in Neustadt, Ontario, which I thought most appropriate to have purchased and acquired and run as a museum for the benefit of all Canadians. Indeed, Prime Minister Harper made that commitment under the previous government. Sadly, that appears not to be happening. That building is at risk and may forever be lost. Another that I believe should be a museum is the summer home of John A. Macdonald in Rivière-du-Loup, a place that hosted cabinet meetings that really was kind of, people talk about the winter White House in Mar-a-Lago right now. It was the summer 24 Sussex before there even was a 24 Sussex. That is where the government operated for some time during the summers. And that has fortunately been saved by a group of benevolent citizens through something called Heritage of Canada in Quebec. And they run it as, by contract as a bed and breakfast. But its existence is precarious. Once again, that is something that could benefit from a tax credit such as this, but something that is worthy of even greater support. But I chose to proceed with this bill because this bill has the potential to benefit properties all across Canada, to help protect that built heritage for our future generations, to help us know ourselves and our history much better. I urge all members of the House to support it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentides Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm definitely sympathetic to this bill. I've gotten a lot of calls from mayors in my riding about it. My riding is built on a huge amount of heritage. We have several very historic railway stations. The line was built in the 1890s, and we spent all of 2016 celebrating the founder of our region, Antoine Labelle. And when I was growing up, my father spent a lot of time with a bunch of people creating the heritage committees and saving those stations. And in 2008, on election night 2008, the train station in my hometown burned to the ground. And I think it's really, really important that we do preserve our heritage. But I do have a couple of quick questions for my colleague. There is no upper cost limit in this bill that I've seen. So I'm just curious if he envisions that, or if he thinks there should be one or shouldn't be one. I know that the United States has a tax credit for heritage buildings. I want to know what he knows about the return on investment of that for the cost to the government. And thirdly, and very importantly, and I don't mean this in a partisan way, why didn't this happen in the last 10 years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, in terms of controlling the costs, I spoke to that somewhat in my speech. The most important control is that this applies only to properties that are on the National Historic Sites Register, and that creates a limited frame of properties. Now, of course, properties could be added to that, but the government is in a position to control that because that is done through Parks Canada. And while we welcome properties going onto it, if there is a concern that there is too much financial exposure, that gives the Government of Canada an ability to manage that cost. In an ideal world, I would have extended this tax credit to all properties designated at provincial and territorial level, but instead I gave that power to the minister. Again, something in the structure of the bill, something that ensures that those costs can be kept under control. Certainly, Parks Canada had in the past, when the policy was being prepared, come up with projections, and as I said, the cost is quite small, a tiny fraction of what we're spending on the restoration of these just 5-6 buildings around us in the parliamentary precincts. So from that perspective, it does that. In terms of why it didn't happen in the past over Liberal and Conservative governments, that's a good question. This is an opportunity for all of us to solve whatever failures occurred due to other priorities that people focused on that allowed these things to be delayed. Now's the time, I think, in the 150th anniversary of Confederation, to put an end to those delays and proceed forward with this policy now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleague from York Simcoe for this important bill. Certainly important to many of the middle class owners in my riding who are involved in heritage buildings, but I have to ask the member, does he think that the 20% tax credit is also appropriate for very wealthy people, millionaires that happen to live in historical homes?
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, of course, the tax credit will only apply to those on the National Historic Sites Registry, so it won't be just anybody who happens to own a nice old house. It has to be obviously one of the most significant properties in the country. The 20% number is less than that in the U.S. In the U.S., it's a 25% credit. This is a little bit more modest. But I also believe that that argument I provided to you about the fact that there is a public interest and a public benefit that comes from preserving our built heritage, we all benefit from it. And it's not surprising that when a municipality moves to designate a heritage property, there is often enormous conflict, and property owners resist because they are being told, we are effectively, as a state, expropriating effectively part of your property. We're telling you what you can do with it. We're forcing you to keep it the way it is. We're forcing you to protect it. But you're going to have to bear the full cost of that. This is a way of modestly offsetting that and allowing some balance, some incentive, something that makes it a little bit easier for that property owner to bear it, something that I believe will make it a lot easier for those who are seeking to preserve heritage across the country to get people to accept the notion that it is indeed something that in the public interest they should cooperate on. So that's why I think you see that so many municipal councils have agreed and supported this policy. It will help them deal with problems. You look at that situation at Yonge and Roselawn in Toronto. They had worked effectively with developers. They were trying to come up with a way to make it work, but at the end of the day, the numbers didn't work. The pro forma didn't work for the property owners, so they demolished it. And I believe we've tried to strike the right balance. It's a little more conservative, if you will, than the American tax credit, but nobody's getting rich off of this. This is something that is just going to provide a measure of offset for costs that we are asking private owners to bear to deliver a public interest.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-323, standing in the name of the member for York Simcoe, is designed to amend the Income Tax Act to establish a tax credit for expenses related to the rehabilitation of a historic property. Mr. Speaker, the tax changes should ideally be undertaken as part of the budget process. That enables the government to fully examine the options to strike a balance between priorities and new fiscal commitments where they are affordable and in a responsible way. Bill C-323 raises a number of considerations that must be thought through fully and thoroughly. Clearly, one consideration is cost, but that is not the only consideration. According to Parks Canada, there are approximately 13,000 historic sites in the National Register of Historic Places. However, the number of distinct heritage properties is probably much higher. For example, the register includes heritage neighbourhoods, which may include more than one property. Ontario, for example, has 121 heritage neighbourhoods containing over more than 23,000 properties. Mr. Speaker, there's another challenge that arises when we talk about determining the cost. This bill doesn't have a limit with respect to the amounts applied for under income tax, and that is completely irresponsible. There must also be an assessment of the way that such a tax credit would encourage the preservation of historic property instead of simply providing an unexpected benefit for property owners. Fairness for property owners is also an important consideration. Some people would be eligible for the credit for home renovations, whereas their neighbors, who are not owners of a classified historic home, would be, even though both would require expenditures. And that is unfair, Mr. Speaker. It's also likely that this bill would lead to a rise in the number of applications for a historic designation. The government would have to assess the ability of Parks Canada to respond to this increase. More costs, Mr. Speaker. What's more, like all tax credits, in this case the government would have to look at the administrative repercussions for the Canada Revenue Agency. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada made a commitment to fairness and efficiency for the middle class and all Canadians, especially as regards our tax system. To this end, Budget 2016, the government announced that it would undertake a comprehensive review of the tax expenditures. Mr. Speaker, this effort is part of the general commitment by the government to eliminate poorly targeted, inefficient programs, waste, and government initiatives that are ineffective or out of date. We want to achieve better fairness and efficiency for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the importance of preserving Canada's heritage in the interest of the middle class and all Canadians. The Income Tax Act, in fact, already contains incentive to encourage individuals and corporations to make donations with a view to preserving historic properties. Such donations, designed to support the cost of preservation and support of historic properties, are such that a charitable organization would be eligible to a charitable tax credit for individuals or for a corporate deduction. In addition, registered charitable organizations are exempt from tax on the revenues they receive. When provincial relief is added, this charitable donation represents 46 cents on average for each dollar donated above $200. For most taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, who give more than $200, this tax credit eliminates any tax payable on donations and reduces other tax payable. It's also possible, Mr. Speaker, to request an income tax credit for a charitable donation up to 75% of one's net income and to carry that forward for 5 years. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Canada's tax incentives for charitable donations are among the most generous in the world. Federal tax assistance to the charitable sector represents approximately $3 billion per year. The government took action seriously and took measures designed to help the middle class. One of the first things we did when we took power was to cut taxes for the middle class. In total, nearly 9 million Canadians are now benefiting from this tax cut. The second step, put in place to help the middle class and those working hard to join it, included in Budget 2016, was the new Canada Child Benefit. This measure gives more money to Canadian families to help them to face the high costs of raising children. Mr. Speaker, 9 families out of 10 in Canada are receiving more money under this program. Compared to the former system, the new Canada Child Benefit is simpler, more generous, and tax-exempt. In addition, it better targets people who need assistance. With the Canada Child Benefit, some 300,000 fewer children live in poverty in 2017 over 2014, which represents a 40% reduction in child poverty for children in Canada. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the benefit represents the most significant innovation in social policy in a generation. The Canada Pension Plan has been one of the pillars for the government and for the middle class. And a stronger Canada Pension Plan is something we focused on. We achieved that by working closely with the provinces and territories. So, Mr. Speaker, retiring with dignity is one of the most important objectives for Canadians who work so hard. And this has been a pillar of Canada's prosperity since the middle of the last century. We know that middle-class Canadians are working harder than ever, and many of them fear that they're not able to save enough money for their retirement. We know that young Canadians are also facing challenges when it comes to saving enough money, where many of them are hoping to find a job that will come with a work or employer-sponsored retirement fund. By enhancing the Canada Pension Plan, we have put in place structural changes for Canadians. This will make it better and easier to support Canadians in the long term. A stronger Canada Pension Plan is also a good tool to help the retirement security for young people. So this is an opportunity for Canadians who are working today to ensure that their children and their grandchildren, future generations, have greater financial security in retirement. In the previous budget, the government achieved something important: major investments in education, infrastructure, training, and other programs that will contribute to enhancing the quality of life for Aboriginals in Canada, as well as to building a stronger, more united, and more prosperous Canada. Mr. Speaker, the government invested in modernizing and upgrading public transit, improvements to water treatment facilities, and an expanded program for affordable housing, in addition to focusing on efforts to combat climate change. Funding for innovation, collaboration, and the establishment of partnerships to protect the integrity of our healthcare system have also been part of our program. We need to think about people first. And, Mr. Speaker, this is what we have done. The government is investing for the future, for Canadians, children and their grandchildren, so that Canada can inherit a more prosperous Canada full of hope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today and speak directly to Bill C-323, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, rehabilitation of historic property. And again, I would like to thank my colleague from York Simcoe for putting forward this important piece of legislation. Indeed, it is the first time that legislation like this has come before the House here in Canada, although there are similar laws in place in the United States. So we're going to support this at second reading. We would like to get this to committee to have some discussion. The reason we're going to support it is that we really do believe in maintaining our historic buildings as part of our cultural heritage. I know when I was mayor of Cranbrook, we were looking for ways to try and increase the support for keeping historical buildings, and this is certainly one way to do that. There's an additional cost, of course, if you own an historic building, up to about an additional 21% in cost. So offsetting it with a 20% tax rebate for the improvements seems absolutely appropriate. I want to talk a little bit about some of the support that has come forward for this bill that we have received and that I have received personally. Royal Architectural Institute of Canada said that they believe there is an important federal role for leadership in heritage conservation. Policies that promote preservation and reuse of historic properties have demonstrated huge economic returns on investment through job retention and creation, tourism, and enhanced property values. Policies such as tax incentives not only help protect cultural resources and the history represented by heritage places, they promote respectful redevelopment in our communities. In addition, conservation, repair, and adaptation fight climate change by producing less carbon than new construction. I also received a letter from the National Trust of Canada, and what they say is the significant impact of the measures proposed in Bill C-23 would be felt in ridings across Canada. They would transform the economic fundamentals for saving historic places, encouraging the rehabilitation of heritage buildings of every size and type, And in the process, they would create more skilled jobs than new construction and promote the retention of existing buildings, which serve as important carbon sinks. They go on to say there are many examples of the significant financial and environmental impact of heritage conservation. First, job creation. Studies show building rehabilitation generates upwards of 21% more jobs as well, including skilled jobs, than the same investment in new construction. Economic stimulus. The Commercial Heritage Properties Incentive Fund, a Canada-wide program that was in place from 2003 to 2008, was designed to test the benefit of a heritage tax credit, and the results were impressive. Federal contributions of $21.5 million, supporting 49 projects, leveraged over 8 times more in private sector investment, totaling $177.2 million, and concerning sustainability and climate change, building renewal and reuse capitalizes on materials and energy already invested, reduces construction and demolition waste, and avoids environmental impacts associated with new development. A recent study shows that it takes from 10 to 80 years for a new green building to make up for the negative climate change impacts of its construction. In other words, the greenest building is one that already exists. And then from a community in my own riding, the city of Nelson, these tax measures could transform the economic fundamentals for renewing historic places and encourage building conservation of every size and type, from landmark commercial buildings to modest homes. City Council in Nelson has learned firsthand the significant financial impacts of heritage conservation. Further studies, again, have also shown that building rehabilitation generates over 21% more jobs than the same investment in new construction, capitalizes on materials and energy already invested, reduces construction and demolition waste, and avoids environmental impacts. Then we went on to say that the significant impact of this bill will be felt in Nelson, and indeed it will be felt in all of the communities in Kootenay, Columbia, and across Canada. And they urge, of course, the support for Bill C-323. So while we will be supporting the bill for all the right reasons, it's right through to second reading, we do hope to have some further discussion at committee, because we are a bit concerned that there is no means test for the tax rebate. That is, the millionaire or billionaire owner of an historic building in, say, Toronto's Forest Hill would be able to claim a 20% tax credit as well, despite being well able to afford to pay for the work without a federal subsidy. And so we'll explore that a little bit further at committee, but we definitely support the principle of this bill, and we'll be supporting it on second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise and speak to Bill 323, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. This private member's bill from my colleague from the member from York Simcoe is a very timely piece of legislation that I believe will benefit Canadians from every community across this country, particularly as Canada gears up to celebrate its 150th birthday in July. Now, over the past 150 years, Canada has grown immensely, both culturally and in terms of population. Just this week, Stats Canada released data from the latest census that showed Canada continues to be the fastest growing country in the G7. The census data released also demonstrated that Canadians are increasingly choosing to leave rural areas and migrate towards large urban centres. And this urban centre growth in population, one of two things tends to happen as that occurs. Either there's urban sprawl, or older homes are torn down in order to build new subdivisions that can house more people. Now, 150 years ago, my home province of British Columbia had a population of just 36,000 people. And today it has a population of over 4.5 million. As we continue to build new buildings and continue to pursue innovative architecture to accommodate this vast increase in population, we must make sure that we are preserving our history. Heritage homes tend to be found in central locations as people settle and develop around communities that have existed in the past. Now, these properties also tend to be the first targets for demolition, as developers and landlords tend to find it cheaper to demolish and rebuild. And it is not expedient for them to restore and maintain heritage properties. However, as we approach Canada's 150th birthday, it's a perfect opportunity to remind Canadians to be proud of our history and our heritage. It's an important opportunity to encourage them to preserve the work of Canadians who came before us, rather than tear down and build anew. This is exactly what the bill from the member of York-Simcoe aims to do. Bill 323 will create a new tax credit for the rehabilitation of buildings. Those buildings that are on the Canadian Registry of Historic Places. With this legislation, Canadians restoring heritage properties will be able to claim a 20% tax credit on rehabilitation costs, as well as receive an accelerated capital cost allowance. Furthermore, this legislation will give the Minister of Heritage the power to apply this credit provincially and territorially. Designated historical properties which are not included on the Canadian Register of Historic Places. Mr. Speaker, we know that these kinds of initiatives work. While the Canada 150 Infrastructure Fund was set up under the Conservative government and intended to assist communities in building new infrastructure and to help their constituents celebrate this very special milestone in our country. This legislation will help us preserve the history of our communities. Now, in the mid-2000s, Canada ran a pilot project for this kind of policy, the Commercial Heritage Properties Investment Fund. This pilot program generated 8 private sector dollars for every $1 of the public sector that was invested in the restoration of heritage homes. Now, this is much higher than the 5 private sector dollars earned in an equivalent program conducted by our neighbours down south in the United States. Now, furthermore, this program on average doubled the market property value of historic properties, business revenue, and occupancy rates of the historic properties. Now, Canada clearly has an appetite and a potential to restore and uphold our heritage properties. While Canada 150 is on the horizon, this is a perfect opportunity to assist Canadians in preserving our history. We want to encourage as well the creation of new jobs. Now, new construction jobs, new restoration jobs, new trade jobs. Now, by including the acceleration of the capital cost allowance alongside the tax credit, this legislation will reduce the long-standing conflict between what constitutes a deductible repair versus capitalized cost, a problem that often slows down or completely hinders rehabilitation projects. And finally, this policy just makes good sense. Canadians already enjoy a home renovation tax credit, so why not have this same tax credit for heritage home restorations? By minimizing costs to Canadians engaged in restoring heritage homes, we are also incentivizing Canadians to restore and maintain these important pieces of Canadian history. This legislation also has broad support from stakeholders right across the country. National Trust, one of Canada's leading heritage protection advocacy groups, said, and I quote, "This is an idea that has widespread support from heritage advocates, federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Architects have called this bill a win-win for heritage advocates and for local economies looking to create jobs." Mr. Speaker, we know the long-lasting benefits and impacts that heritage properties can have in our communities. In my own riding, we have the Elgin Heritage Park, an entire area that is dedicated to the preservation of Canada's history. Stewart Farm, located in Elgin Heritage Park, is on Canada's Register of Historic Places. The Stewart Farm offers Canadians and school children an opportunity to have a first-hand view of the life of pioneers and the history of Surrey's agricultural sector. Now, this property could benefit from this legislation and help children of future generations to continue to learn and benefit from its operations. Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of initiatives that we should be undertaking as we approach Canada 150. I hope that my colleagues on all sides of the House will join me in support of Bill C-323. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this chamber to outline how the Government of Canada is committed to a fair and efficient tax system that benefits middle-class Canadians. The bill before us today, as sponsored by the member from York Simcoe, seeks to establish a tax credit for expenses related to the rehabilitation of a historic property. Mr. Speaker, tax changes should ideally be undertaken through the budget process. This is to allow the government to fully consider the trade-offs, balance the priorities, and undertake new fiscal commitments only to the extent that they are affordable. That's why the first point I want to underline, Mr. Speaker, is that the government is committed to ensure that federal tax expenditures are fair for Canadians, efficient, as well as fiscally responsible. This is the reason that in the government's first budget, Growing the Middle Class, we announced that we would be undertaking a comprehensive review of tax expenditures. This exercise, Mr. Speaker, is part of a broader government commitment to eliminate poorly targeted and inefficient programs, wasteful spending, and ineffective or obsolete programs. At the end of this process, Mr. Speaker, Canada will be one step closer to fairness and efficiency for its citizens and taxpayers. The bill that is before us today contains several examples of the issues that would need to be considered when assessing the fairness and efficiency of a tax measure. I will discuss a few of them. For example, a key consideration is whether the measure would actually encourage the preservation of historic properties, or would it simply represent a windfall to property owners for doing what they were already required to do. Another question, Mr. Speaker, is whether such a tax credit would create any new inequities between historic property owners and other homeowners. A third obvious question, Mr. Speaker, is how much of a revenue cost would such a bill entail for the government? This question is certainly relevant because, as currently drafted, Bill C-323 contains no upper limit on the amount that can be claimed for tax purposes. The government would also have to assess whether requirements of this bill would be practical for the Canada Revenue Agency and Parks Canada to administer. Mr. Speaker, these are only a few examples of the considerations that would have to be weighed carefully in assessing Bill C-323. Mr. Speaker, from day one, our government has been focused on advancing the economy for middle-class Canadians. Last year, we replaced the previous system of child benefits with the Canada Child Benefit, a simpler, tax-free, more generous, targeted benefit that helps those who need it most. The CCB, built on our middle-class tax cut, has reduced taxes for nearly 9 million Canadians. These two measures together mean that more middle-class Canadians have more money in their pockets and they can use it, Mr. Speaker, as they see fit. A strengthened middle class means hardworking Canadians can look forward to a good standard of living and better prospects for their children. And when the middle class thrives, Mr. Speaker, we all thrive. We have committed historic levels of investments in infrastructure that will expand opportunities and deliver stronger, more inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, Canadians value fairness. That's why in Budget 2016, we also took action to improve the integrity of Canada's tax system, to protect the country's revenue base, and to give Canadians greater confidence that the system is fair to everyone. Here is what we are doing. In April 2016, the Revenue Minister announced a series of actions the Canada Revenue Agency will take to crack down on tax evasion and combat tax avoidance, thanks to the $444.4 million commitment in Budget 2016. These funds are enabling the CRA to hire additional auditors, develop robust business intelligence infrastructure, increase verification activities, and improve the quality of its investigative work. These additional employees will increase the number of CRA audits focused on high-risk taxpayers by 400%. Furthermore, the government is streamlining its efforts by embedding legal counsel within investigation teams so that cases can be quickly brought to court. 2 new mechanisms are being formed, Mr. Speaker. A special program dedicated to stopping the organizations that create and promote tax schemes for the wealthy, and an independent advisory committee on offshore tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance that will provide strategic advice to the CRA on approaches for combating offshore tax evasion and tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, Canada has also been a very active participant in the international efforts to address tax evasion. We are an active member of the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes, which was established to ensure that high standards of transparency and exchange of information for tax purposes are in place around the world. Canada has also developed an extensive network of bilateral tax treaties and tax information exchange agreements which provide for the exchange of information. As confirmed in Budget 2016, legislation was recently adopted to implement the Common Reporting Standard for the exchange between tax administrations of information on financial accounts held by non-residents. Canada joins more than 100 other jurisdictions that have similarly committed to implement the new standard. Canada has also been actively engaged in a second multilateral initiative aimed at addressing base erosion and profit shifting, or BEPS. This refers to certain tax planning arrangements undertaken by multinationals which, often legal, exploit the interaction between domestic and international tax rules to minimize taxes. Canada has already implemented a number of the BEPS projected recommendations. Going forward, the government will continue to work with international community to ensure a coherent and consistent response to BEPS. Mr. Speaker, Canada supports the important goal of improving corporate transparency globally. The government has agreed to strong rules in both the Financial Action Task Force and the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes in support of corporate transparency. Amendments to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Regulations enhance Canada's requirements for financial institutions regarding the collection of information on beneficial owners of corporations. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure the honourable members of our government's commitment to helping the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll let the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith know that there are approximately 6 minutes remaining in the time for debate under private members' business for this afternoon, but we'll get started, and she'll have, of course, the remaining time when the House next gets back to debate on the motion. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to stand in the House on behalf of Nanaimo Ladysmith. Honored to stand in the House on behalf of Nanaimo Ladysmith to speak to the benefits of heritage conservation, energy conservation, and job creation. New Democrats have long supported Canadian heritage, and we support this private member's bill goal of preserving historic stock. New Democrats support maintaining historic buildings as part of our cultural heritage, and due to the cost of repairing these historic buildings, we support government involvement to help defray the costs. This helps clear the path for the creation of good green jobs, jobs that are stable, safe, and family supporting, jobs that do not endanger the climate or the environment, and that help us in the gradual transition away from reliance on fossil fuels. I want to thank the City of Nanaimo, which I'm honored to represent, for their very detailed letters supporting the benefits of Bill C-323, an act to amend the income tax for the rehabilitation of historic property. Chris Scholberg, who's a planner with the Community and Cultural Planning in the City of Nanaimo, wrote to me to say that the bill is inspired by the successful U.S. federal historic tax credit program, the outcome of which has leveraged over $78 billion in private investment since 1976, resulting in the preservation of over 41,000 historic properties and in the creation of hundreds of thousands of housing units, many for low and moderate income families. They write, in Canada, Bill C-323 has the potential of achieving the same success, widely affecting property owners and developers, the construction industry, and positively impacting the economy, job creation, and environmental issues. The tax measures contained in this bill, the City of Nanaimo writes, they would transform the economic fundamentals for renewing historic places and will encourage building conservation of every size and type, from landmark commercial buildings to modest homes. The City of Nanaimo provided examples of buildings within the city that would benefit from such an incentive, including the Great National Land Building, which is on 17 Church Street, the Occidental Hotel, 432 Fitzwilliam, also known as the Oxy, Nanaimo Fire Hall No. 2 on Nichols Street, the Nanaimo Hospital, now called Malaspina Lodge on McCleary Street, and Fernville, also known as the Land Residence on Irwin Street. Now, I thank the city for their strong advocacy and their encouragement for this federal partnership that could help jobs and preservation of historic buildings at the local level. I also received a letter encouraging support for this bill from Chelsea Chalice in Nanaimo. She writes, as a member of the development and construction industry in Nanaimo, I regularly witness historic properties being demolished because the cost to restore and maintain them is more expensive than tearing them down and replacing them with new buildings. The unfortunate consequence of this method is that the city immediately loses a piece of its history that can never be replaced. Furthermore, with current building codes, regulations, and the high cost of construction materials, new structures cannot be built with the same charm and craftsmanship as many historic buildings originally constructed with. The current system does not encourage architectural preservation, but rather encourages demolition and replacement. Bill C-323 will give owners and developers an incentive to save and restore their historic properties, which will not only benefit them, but also benefit the entire community. She references that studies that show building rehabilitation generates upward of 21% more jobs, including skilled jobs, than the same investment in new buildings. She adds to the list that the City of Nanaimo provided the Gene Burns building, recently destroyed mostly by fire in downtown Nanaimo, and also the first Nanaimo Scout hut. I'm very grateful to members of my community who have provided letters of support. I will note that we also have a letter that I just received this morning from Lori Gourlay writing on behalf of the Salish Sea Trust, who encourages us to specifically address rehabilitation of historic buildings with all of the cultural, economic, and social benefits that provides, and inviting our attention to the parallel benefits afforded when similar consideration and support are provided to cultural and natural rehabilitation measures. So we thank the member for bringing the bill forward. We will look forward to speaking further when we have the second hour of debate on this bill about some of the specific benefits on jobs and environment and conservation in our own community, and also some of the concerns that New Democrats will raise at committee about ensuring that this benefit is particularly targeted towards the lower and middle income earners who are particularly economically crunched when it comes to finding budget for doing the kind of conservation and heritage renovations that this bill supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Before we adjourn, the members will recall that earlier this week we recognized our page supervisor, Lynn Legault. As we adjourn today, this will mark the last moment that she's been able to serve here in the House after 32 years of serving this place. And Lynn, we just want to express our gratitude again for all of your service to this place and to Parliament. Thank you very much. It being 2:13 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.